Hey now, how's everyone doing there? Yeah, how you doing? We got George here with us. How you doing, George?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing excited. I'm watching this film called They Live. I am doing it on your channel. What am I doing here?
Yeah, I had some. It got brought up in a conversation maybe a week ago or less, and so I figure, well, I need to watch that movie because it's been a while, and so I looked for it everywhere on the other platforms, this platform and that platform, and just really couldn't find anything. So it was on sale on Vudu, so I got it. And I watched it today. Yes, hashtag beware the Drew. Speaking of Drew, where is the Drew? Hail Parrot Head. And so I picked up this movie and I started watching it today. And you remember that, I don't know if some of you watch any generation genre Pacific movies that talked about the me generation in the 80s.
All the time.
Yeah, and well, this basically was like the tail end of the 80s, and in the movie, on the commercials in the movie, they were talking about the modern things that were going to be in the 90s, because 1990 was only a couple years away. I think it was 87 or 88 in the timeline in the movie itself.
Oh, 85, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That's right. 88, yeah.
And so I remember briefly looking at the date for some reason. And so basically it shows him basically coming into town, crossing tracks. Now, I grew up in Hammond. There was tracks everywhere.
and don't keep
and
suspending.
So basically he comes in and they show this this piece of graffiti. And I created a quick not a thumbnail for the video, but a thumbnail to post on Twitter when I put the link out. And let me see if I can pull that picture up here. And it's a picture of the graffiti. And I'll share that to the screen.
Toxic Man Flu is in the chat.
Hey, Toxic Man Flu, how you doing? So yeah, I added the face to it, but this was the graffiti, and you know, I thought it was kind of interesting because it was showing all the. Of course, I cartoonized it so that way it's altered a little, and so basically covers fair use. And we're talking about it, and these are all the things that basically being represented. All kinds of crazy stuff going on in that graffiti right there. And it just gives you a hint of all the mayhem that's going on in that city and all the, I guess you could say, that they live things going on in the movie. And so a guy gets into town. He's looking for a job, looking for work. And goes to unemployment office. And you can just see everyone just looks like they're dejected. They're down and out. And they're just so distracted with the current events, like the pink elephant going on and all that, and they got their own little pink elephant going on as well.
Yeah.
And so many parallels with this movie. It was blowing my mind. And like you were saying, George, earlier, behind the scenes, Roddy Piper can act.
Yes,
it's been maybe 20-something years since I've seen this movie.
Wow, and that's a long time. It should be once a year view.
Well, I am hoping that because a lot of these classic movies are starting to bring them out on 4K DVD, and I'm kind of looking forward to getting this on. I got it on Vudu, but I want a hard copy of it, and you know, I'm hoping soon they're going to come out with some of these classics on the 4K special edition.
But what's 4K going to give you? I mean, the original content was produced on 35 mil or 60 mil, whatever it is, and there's just so much resolution you can actually pull out of these classic films.
Right. Well, it'll because normally when I get the 4K ones, they come with the Blu-ray.
I see.
And a lot of times, what I will do is I will watch the Blu-ray, and then I'll watch the 4K, and I'll compare them to see how their resolution is. And I've got an upscaling Blu-ray player, an LG, and it's probably going to be time to probably get a no one because they're no longer sending firmware to update it. And some of these newer the unfortunate side of 4K discs, sometimes there's updated code, and basically if these things aren't updated with the most recent code, I had a 4K Blu-ray that wouldn't play, so I had to watch the regular Blu-ray.
Oh no, you only had to watch it at 2K? Oh, good gosh.
No, it was upscale. It was somewhere between there, but it was a good picture, decent. And
but can your eyes differentiate from 2 to 4?
probably not. Probably not.
So you're just going for the status. You're a visual status guy, aren't you?
No, I like big, nice, crisp screen. Well, I did notice a difference because my first 4K TV was a 43-inch LG, and then I picked up a few years later. I picked up when it was on sale. I picked up a 55-inch Samsung 4K TV.
Oh wow!
And the 4K player and the TV. I mean, the picture was just freaking crystal, very crystal clear. And there's a little bit of a difference. There's not much, but for someone like me, I noticed some small details. But basically, for most people, they're really not going to notice much of a difference.
Yeah, the wonderful thing about wait a minute, did you say you were at 43-inch TV?
Oh. I used to have a 43. Now I have a 55.
Okay, 55 is good, but if you told me you were doing 60 inches or more, I'd give you a little more respect, because right now it's everyone who's into home entertainment, they got like 60, 80-inch TVs and all that stuff. It's ridiculous. And you know what's crazy? They're staying home more of them are staying home watching stuff on their big screen TVs than they are going to the movie theaters.
Oh, I love going to the movie theaters if there's actually a movie that's worth going to see.
Yeah,
or unless my subscribers ask me to go see something so they don't have to. I will bite the bullet for them.
You'll suffer for your audience.
Yes.
That's very commendable. I've watched was it Nerdrotic just so I can hear his reviews of Doctor Who. I would never watch that monstrosity.
Honestly, man, me and my wife, we tried to watch the first season. The third episode after that, we're like, okay, fizzle. Done.
It hurt the brain, didn't it?
Oh, man. I was like, what the hell is this? Because this sure as hell is not Doctor Who. Yeah. Not at all. And I use my wife as a Geiger counter for good TV shows or good movies.
Yeah,
she's sitting up watching it. It's really freaking good. If she's laying on her side watching, it's okay. It's average.
Yeah.
If she's sleeping, it's not good.
Toast.
So I can tell a real good TV show because if she's sitting there watching it, it's good. If she's sitting up watching it, it's really good.
Oh, that's great. It's almost like the classic. Hey, honey, how's your knees? It looks like it's going to rain tomorrow, dear. Oh, that's a wonderful barometer.
Oh man, I'm telling you, I'm glad that she has this little built-in mechanism I use for figuring out whether something's worthy of being watched or not.
So, has this made your experience in watching films and TV a little more discerning?
When I started watching Gary on Nerdrotic channel, and I started watching Doomcock and a few of the other guys, world-class bullshitters, started learning that a lot of these TV shows were being manipulated, and they were using them to manipulate us in propaganda and using a narrative. That's when I became really aware. And I was just like, okay. And then the Captain Marvel thing happened, and several people got strikes, and that pretty much decided me. I'd made my first video on April 19th and uploaded it. And my first 3 times live streaming, I didn't even know it. Didn't have a camera at the time, thank goodness. That'd have been embarrassing.
Wow.
But yeah, the I think the 4th time when I figured it out, Christy let me know, did you know you were live? And I'm like in the chat, no. So that's how I found out the 4th time I was live streaming.
Wow. Talk about learning on the job.
Yeah, I did a lot of that. A lot of that.
Well, as long as you weren't in your underwear.
No, house pants. I wear house pants as a regular thing, because you never know if you're going to go to your phone and start using that in a yard, and then you drop your phone and get an accidental crotch shot. Yeah, I can't have that. and yes, I'm referencing something that actually happened. I was wearing house pants.
Ladies and gentlemen, house pants is another word for slacks, track pants, short, anything that is not considered restaurant quality. You can't go to the restaurant wearing this.
They would look like black slacks, but they're like black house pants.
Yeah.
And it's not the thing. I'm gonna put my slacks on when I go to the store, the actual slacks.
There you go.
But yeah, I thought that Roddy and Keith David's
David Keith
lines and the way they work together, man, it was just amazing.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
It was an incredible moment. I mean, the way Carpenter brought them all together, and you know what's amazing about Carpenter is that he's a musician. He's a musician, and if you look at the producer directors in Hollywood, who are talented writers, talented producers, and talented musicians, I can only think of a couple of others: Seth MacFarlane and Joss Whedon when he wasn't a douche.
Yeah, and RR is pointing out something that does happen in the movie. and it's the funny that the parallels that happen with this movie and certain things going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing that brought it home for me was when he walks into town, and it's like your everyman who's coming into town looking for a job. Starts off at the bottom, works his way to the top, sort of thing, or tries to work his way to the top through hard work and all that stuff, and finds that the system is rigged against them.
Well, it is. It's not an easy thing sometimes, because basically, where I'm from originally, jobs. There's 3 places that you can go to get jobs at in northwestern Indiana. One's a steel mill, one's water blasting, and the other, the other is either washing trucks or truck stop restaurant business, or diesel mechanic, because there's a lot of trucks going on in that area, because you got I-94 passing through there, and there's a whole bunch of truck stops there. So diesel mechanic, steel mill, or water blasting.
Wow.
Yeah. So those are the main jobs that are happening out there, and jobs ain't too good. Now single-handedly, the aluminum industry was dying in northwestern Indiana, and there was an aluminum smelting plant that was about to be closed, but it got saved. And so now the people that were working in that smelting plant, they were able to hire more people. And the same thing happened with Gary Works Still Mill. They brought more people in because they opened up some of the other open hearts that weren't being used. That's pretty much when they found the Chinese steel and decided, well, hey, we need to start pumping out steel real fast and save the steel industry. That's for sure.
Well, that's the incredible thing is that there's so many natural resources within the framework of the United States. It baffles the mind, and you wonder why is it that you're relying on other countries to supply your resources.
Yeah, we need to be self-reliant, I'd say. Well, all the comic book artists are starting to do all their stuff, making their stuff here and making their own product and all that. And I think we can learn stuff from the independent comic book artists that have gone independent.
Oh, I've been independent for 30 years, and I've been telling a lot of people, it's like, it's not rocket science. The logistics are simple. You just have to actually just roll up your sleeve and do it.
Hey, you could see the choreography in their fight scenes.
Oh yes,
they were magnificent.
I think the fist fight that they had in the alley, I think that may be the greatest fisticuff I've ever seen on film.
I don't know one that rivals it. I'm telling you. And John Wick really don't count because he's fighting the whole movie. That whole movie's about fighting.
Yeah. If you want to really break it down with John Wick, the entire movie is him struggling to get to the next ammo. That's all. Everything he does is struggling to get to the next barrel of ammo.
Yeah. His life depended on it, literally.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, the fight scenes between those two guys, man, my God. And I noticed when I was watching this movie, I was noticing there were some similarities between the Terminator and this movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do tell.
Just the way things would happen in some of the scenes when they were either walking down the street or someone was driving, and it was just the way the scenes were changing. I felt like it's like, wow, this is one of these time period pieces where these two pieces, they could be literally in the same world that I felt.
You're talking about the cinematography. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It when I saw it in the theaters, I had that kind of feeling. It wasn't in the back of my mind up until now that you said it. I had that kind of feeling.
Yeah, I backed up one scene and to relook at it. I'm like, wow, that's just amazing. And it's like that both the worlds could exist together.
Yeah.
In those two worlds.
Yeah.
That was my my 5-year-old and 6-year-old, and they were playing, believe it or not. That was not fighting. They gravitate toward the stairwell, the play in the stairwell, and I really don't like them playing in the stairwell because the stairwell is like an amphitheater.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Are you telling me they just don't throw themselves off the top of the stairs and bounce at the bottom?
I have discouraged that and told them stop doing that because they like to run halfway down the stairwell. It's a double stairwell. It's not one single flight of stairs. They run halfway down and jump from like the 5th or 6th step to the platform. And I'm like, stop doing that. And that took a little doing, but they don't do that no more. Yeah, they're something else, I'm telling you. Greetings, Tommy. Yeah, their nicknames are Master and Disaster.
Well,
that's and they trade back and forth.
Oh my gosh, that's a plot twist.
Yeah. Well, they have a Celtic name that's connected by one Celtic name, and I suspect that's why. Yeah, I suspect that's why.
Oh, it sounds like the kids are destined for greatness.
One's professor, one's smart, because he gets in these professor modes. Hey, Final, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, we were just commenting on my two boys. Parrothead was like, "Are they fighting?" I think.
What happened? Why? What happened?
No,
today?
they were playing in the stairwell, apparently playing Monster. It's something that my oldest son, he'll go roar and chase them around the house, and apparently they goes from one to the other, and then it was loud.
Whoa!
The doors freaking closed. They were in the stairwell, and that's like at least 20 feet away.
No,
With
yeah.
the door closed.
Oh my gosh!
Well, I can see how that'd be a ruckus.
It was a ruckus. I'm telling you. Hey, there is nothing distracting like a 5-year-old and 6-year-old when they're screaming or they come knocking on the door every 2 or 3 minutes, and you're recording and making a video.
Hey, do you get phone calls from the neighbors saying, "Hey, is everything okay? We hear kids screaming."
Oh man, we have the most worst, horrible neighbors ever, and they stay over there, and I stay where I'm at, and yeah. Oh my God, we've been through so many things with these neighbors here. It is now gone to that mellow hum where they stay on their side and we just stay where we're at, and I pretty much ignore everything they do.
Oh, that's a humdinger.
Yeah, bad neighbors. But hey, it's got to a point to where it's just kind of quiet now. And the management here has got rid of a lot of the really bad people that were here. And so it's actually starting to become a little peaceful.
Are you in like a quiet neighborhood?
I'm really fortunate where it's at, because the apartments where we're at is at a dead end street.
Oh, okay.
And there's only one way in, one way out. So it really prevents a lot of fast driving.
Yeah.
And that's really cool.
Especially
for
kids.
Yeah, kids like to run out into a parking lot, and they just forget themselves, and then they run out in the parking lot. And it doesn't matter how many times you tell them, they still do it.
Yeah. Yep.
But I've explained to them that if I, his brother Joshua, or mom yell stop, they know to stop. Because if we yell stop, that means there's a car coming. And they do. Before they even move into a dangerous position, they stop. And they've learned that much. And I've explained to them that parking lots are dangerous places for kids, because people can't see kids because they're small. They're in their vehicles, they can't see kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was my friend had just got when Ninja motorcycles were getting popular, he had just got a 50cc Yamaha that looked a lot like a Ninja, and I was test driving it in the a trailer park neighborhood. We were at a friend's, and I figured out how to use the clutch and the gear out and all that, and because it's not very much different from using a stick shift in a truck or a car or whatever, and I figured it out. After I got used to it, I was in second gear, and this 3-year-old little girl ran right out in front of me.
Oh, damn.
And she was 10 feet away. I was in second gear. I dumped the bike.
Wow.
I dumped the bike and rolled.
And did it destroy the bike?
No, I got lucky.
Oh.
My friend seen it happen. He goes, "Man, I would have done the same thing." And that woman came out and thanked me and shook my hand. She goes, "You could have hit my girl," and I was messed up a little bit. I got some scrapes.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah,
but she ran out. She was so freaked out. She was like, "Thank you," because those are the things that are my worst nightmare. A kid running out in front of me. So that's the one thing that I'm always cautious about. I was fairly young when that happened. I think I was 20, 19 when that happened. Yeah, that freaked me out. I occasionally have nightmares about that once every 5 or 6 years or so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a scary thing because you don't have a lot of time to react, especially going that speed.
Mm-mm.
And I mean, even like, you did get lucky because a lot of times, especially on motorcycles, if you pull a fast maneuver like that, it could be lights out.
Well, I took it out of gear and I dumped it, and I rolled with it like I rolled off a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my buddy of mine that owned the bike, he watched the whole thing happen. And he's like, man, I would have done the same thing. Matter of fact, you probably did better than I could have done. I got fast reflexes.
You need to on a bike.
Yeah. And it was, and this was a 50cc bike. This bike only had a top speed of about 70 mile an hour.
Wow.
And it wasn't a real big bike. And that was a fortunate thing too. But yeah, it's a scary thing. So yeah, have you seen the movie They Live?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well,
classic.
remember we were talking about it a week or two ago. Well, I tried finding it everywhere, and I couldn't find it on the free platforms, and so I found it on Vudu, and it was on sale. And so I watched it. I watched it earlier today, and it's maybe been 20 years since I've watched it.
Yeah, I actually watched it about a year ago because it'd been a long time since I had watched it as well. But it's still pretty good. It's it's dated a little bit.
It is dated a little bit. I was just telling George that the cinematography in They Live and the cinematography in The Terminator, I felt like they both could have lived in each other's worlds.
Huh.
The similarities between the slums that he was hanging out in,
Right,
and the similarity in the slums in the future scenes in the Terminator are very close to, almost not shot for shot, but feeling for feeling.
right. And I thought it was just like, wow. And so I could see the similarities in the scenery and the cinematography, the way the camera moved. And I felt I kept getting reminded and pulled into that. And I kept expecting to see the Terminator walk up. I kept having to tell myself, okay, this is not a Terminator movie. But I kept getting that feeling, that good feeling, and it's a well done movie. I mean, this is what movies should be. Yeah,
I mean, just the subject matter too, that it covers is very interesting, and it's very poignant for today. You see, because it deals with advertising and advertisements, how it's kind of conditioning you and sort of brainwashing you into believing or buying a certain thing, and the hidden messaging. A lot with hidden messages, which can be, it's very applicable today.
Hail Tyler Manga.
What's up, Tyler?
Yeah, it's just a beautiful thing when you can see the perfectness of a movie when it has that perfect feel to it. Sure, it's not perfect, but it's got that feeling, and that's what got my attention about it. And that's just like, wow. And it's like they could have gave us that with the new Terminator movie they did. They could have gave us that. But the one thing that what's the blonde actress that they made look so bad, but she actually did a really good job in this movie.
In They Live?
No, what's her name that played the female modified
Terminator?
Human? Yeah, she played the modified Terminator Human.
I haven't watched it. The newest one.
I watched it just to see what was going on.
Was it called Dark Fate? Is that it?
Dark Fate? Fate. And I watched it. Her parts weren't real horrible, but overall the movie wasn't good at all.
Yeah. Is that out on any service yet, or is it still?
It might be actually, because I know that's available on other platforms. But
Mackenzie Davis is her name.
Mackenzie Davis. Okay, yeah. She was the female Terminator hybrid thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I liked her in *Halt and Catch Fire*. She was spectacular in that.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen her in anything.
If there's a one series that you should look at, *Halt and Catch Fire* It starts off with the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s in each season, and they parallel the creation of the internet and personal computers. Wonderful series.
Is that a movie or a TV show?
It's a series. It's a TV show.
Halt and Catch Fire.
Yeah. And the main guy in Halt and Catch Fire is the bad guy in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Michael Rooker?
No. He's a good guy.
Yeah, well, he does end up turning to be.
Lee Pace.
Lee Pace. Yeah, I'm looking at now. He plays Joe McMillan.
Yes.
Huh. I'm gonna have to check this out.
It's a wonderful series. Absolutely brilliantly cast, well acted. It's really exciting to the way they string the story along, the actual path of what you know is happening in real life. The Apple computer comes along, the PC, the technology, all that stuff that breaks through the from baud modems to gigabit to terabit data transfer and all that stuff, and it's just wonderful.
Did you notice that in some of there was one particular art scene that showed someone holding a handheld phone?
Yes.
There was no handheld phones back then.
Well, handheld phones were around since the 60s.
But they were bricks. But this showed the actual. It showed it was showing what looked to be a Nokia phone. Somebody was holding a Nokia phone.
I wish you would have done a screenshot of that.
I got to look at the original screen grab that I got, because I'm pretty sure there was someone was holding a cell phone, and I thought it was the weirdest thing because it was out of place.
Wow.
I'd like to see that.
Well, the conspiracy theory in me is that maybe somebody went to time traveling back in time and got captured on video.
Here,
yeah, there's some videos, on YouTube where you can see technology that is out of place in historical videos and photos, and there's one famous one where it looks like this woman it looks like it's the 30s, and she's walking, and it looks like she's putting up her hand to her ear, and it looks like she's talking on a cell phone.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one?
Yes, I saw that one.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I mean, you never know. She could have been just, who knows, fixing an earring. But it does look like she's holding something up to her ear as if she's talking on the phone.
Yeah, I popped into your guys' chat earlier when you were doing the Fourth Wave Presents show. Earlier.
Oh, yeah, I saw you.
I popped in for a little bit, figured I'd say hello, and everyone started saying hi. Figured it's like, okay, I gotta say hi. It's like, okay, I'm really getting out of here now.
Wow, you got sucked in.
Because I did. I had to watch the They Live, and I only had a certain amount of time, and I was juggling a few different things.
You gotta admire somebody who's got diligent in doing his homework.
Yeah. And that's a 2-hour movie, or slightly under 2 hours?
It's a little over an hour and a half.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And I was watching the clock, literally, everything that I was doing. Yeah, because sometimes when I start working on a video, or if I start doing this screen recording on my phone, because sometimes I use that instead. And sometimes I forget to turn off the do not disturb. I forget to turn that on.
Oh yeah.
And so there's this one spot where I pretty much put all the stuff that I'm reading in one spot on my phone, because no notifications pop up right there. So I have this habit of always having what I'm reading right in that section, so that way when I go to crop it out with the video cropper, I can get rid of any accidental notifications.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
Yeah, and well, you remember why I started using my phone, right?
Yeah. Wouldn't you have a problem with your computer and the fan and all that?
CPU cooling fan.
Yeah.
No, GPU cooling fan. And I must have had 4 different ones. Amazon sent me that they wouldn't work. 2 different ones from eBay, and I finally got the right one from Newegg. And not only did they, what was really cool when I got that replacement GPU fan, not only did it come with a GPU, it also came with the CPU fan.
Yeah, you had problems. You had like 3 different times you had to get that thing ordered.
Yep. And the one I got from Newegg, popped it in, boom, worked. Yep. So here's the huge thing on your cooling fans. When you have a gaming laptop and you use it for basically doing YouTube stuff, live streaming, every now and then you got to take the back off, take a brush fitting on your vacuum, and stick those bristles in there, get all that dust out of there, because it's the dust that collects in there that ruins those bearings.
Yeah.
Dust is the enemy, big time.
Always. Yeah. And it is always around. It never goes away.
Well, I got to consider myself pretty lucky, because it was $3 something and $400 total for shipping for the MSI gaming laptop that I got, and there was minimal stuff wrong with it, and it just took a little bit of effort to get it going. And I got one of those solid state drives that plug into a high speed connection on the inside of the laptop. So this thing, it'll boot up in 9 seconds. It'll reboot in 25 to 30 seconds.
Oh man, that's beautiful. The old days we had to create a RAM disk, you know.
Oh wow. So yeah, and you know, I got a decent mic. I got a power supply for the mic, and it was fairly decent price. You know, it wasn't real super expensive, and just right amount of quality to where, you know, I got decent vocals.
Yeah, it sounds good. Do you use the same mic right now?
Yeah. Same one. The it's newer with 2 E's, 3 E's or something like that, and it works nice. Price was right. $48 for the power supply, the stand, and the mic. Not bad. But when I was forced, because basically when your GPU fan goes out, basically when your CPU fan gets triggered to turn on, so does your GPU. They're both connected to each other. So one turns on, they both turn on, and they've got variable speeds according to how hot it is. And so every time the CPU would turn on, the GPU fan would turn on. I would go, and so I had to pull out the GPU fan, and I couldn't use it for live stream, but I could turn it on and I could retrieve information from it without it getting hot.
Cool.
And so it forced me to learn how to use my phone to make videos. And now I use my phone pretty much to produce the videos.
You see what Tyler Mango said there? He said, dust doesn't affect Ghost Bear. He can just phase through it.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Tyler Mongo.
They're calling you a cult leader. You could be, if you wanted to. You could easily be a cult leater if you wanted to.
Hey,
Bear cult fun.
I've been in some unusual positions of leadership in some weird places, and so yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
You know, you need someone to cut the wood, I'm there. You need someone to start the fire, I'm there.
The one-man show. That's funny. What if they were to remake They Live now? And I don't think they should, but you know, if they were to, who would you cast as Rowdy Piper? Because you know, he was not. I mean, he had done some acting, but he wasn't really known for his acting. He was more a wrestler, but I thought he did a really good job in that.
Oh, man,
you know, he fit that role really well. Who would you cast today?
Oh man, that would be really hard.
I'd say Baptista.
Who?
Baptista.
Oh, Batista?
Yeah. He's able to carry himself.
Yeah, I mean physically for sure. I don't know if he has the sympathy. Is he like a sympathetic kind of actor though?
Well, I've seen him in a Netflix movie called My Spy, and I thought he did a really good job.
Oh, okay.
It surprised me in a very nice way.
I'm gonna have to
like a blue-collared guy 2. All right, Bear, what were you saying?
I would go with Vin Diesel. Honestly, I think he could do it. Vin Diesel.
Oh, Vin Diesel. Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? Actually, I could see that.
Yeah.
I like. Yeah, I'm a Vin Diesel fan. I could see that
Because he's got charisma and he's got character.
Yeah. Yep. RR says Steve Austin.
Or that, yeah, I could see that.
I mean, you could go. You know, if you want to stick with wrestling, I mean, you got The Rock.
Yeah.
You know, you got Dwayne Johnson.
The Rock. The Rock could be the co-star. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he does have a buddy there.
Those two in the fight scene.
Yeah, the fight scene. Right.
They could play that part. They could play off one another. Yeah.
Because if you had, let's see, The Rock and Vin Diesel, they've also had a fight scene in one of the Fast and Furious movies.
Oh, that was absolutely brilliant. The fight they had in the South America.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that was an absolutely brilliant choreography.
It's funny the parallel in this movie with signals, broadcasting signals.
Yeah. I know. And this was back in the 80s.
Because basically they had a pink elephant going on too.
Mm-hmm.
Hashtag pink elephant.
Yep.
Oh, Signals, wasn't that written by what's his name, Stephen King?
Oh yeah, that's another movie. We're batting 100. Signals. That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could also see Tom Hardy playing the role. I think he could pull it off.
Hey, you know,
what was the last thing Tom Hardy was in?
What, Mad Max?
Yeah, Mad Max, Venom.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just had to place him in my brain because he played. Didn't he play?
He was Bane in Batman.
He was Bane in Batman. He played in a spy movie with someone else. What's his name that played the new Kirk?
Oh yes, yeah. That's right. He played a spy movie in that. They were in love with the same girl.
Yeah, that was a pretty good movie.
It was pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Yeah, with
that was a Jack Ryan movie, wasn't it?
No, it was a comedy. It was like a spy action comedy. It was with what's his name? Who plays Captain Kirk in the JJ Star Trek movies? Chris Pines.
Yeah.
So, you guys remember the movie The Cell?
Is that with J-Lo?
That was with Samuel L. Jackson and what's his name? John Cusack, Isabella Furman, Clark Sorlo. Yeah. And basically in The Cell, I think they had created some kind of new technology, and then the cell turned everybody into zombies.
Oh wait,
very, very weird movie, man. The cell tower signal basically turned them into zombies.
What movie? Okay, so there was one with Jennifer Lopez from 2000.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
This is 2016.
Oh, I didn't know they made another one. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. 2016. Here, let me look it up on IMDb. Oh, here. There's one from 2017. Oh, are you sharing it?
I already have it. There's it. If you want to take a look at it. Let me see here. I got too many damn tabs open. Dink, dink, dink. Here we go. Yeah, that movie.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
it was just Cell. Yeah, I was bored. I seen Samuel L. Jackson was in it, and I seen John Cusack was in it. It's a low budget movie, but it was good. It's got the same feeling that The Walking Dead had when it first started.
I have
a similar feel.
I had no idea about this at all.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, it's Stacy Keach is even in this movie.
Yeah, Stacy Keach. Yeah.
Well, a lot of decent names were in this.
Man, Stacy Keach would have been a great Mike Hammer if you didn't get drunk.
Would have been what?
Oh, he was doing a terrific Mike Hammer TV series in his time, but he ruined it when he let vices get in the way.
Yeah, I got it. Too much drinking, huh?
And then you said that movie called Signal or TV show?
Signal.
Signal or The Signal?
I think it's The Signal. It's possibly The Signal.
Well, 2007 or 16?
7.
Yeah. Who's in this? Anessa Ramsey. I don't recognize any of these people. Yeah, The Signal 2007. Released in 2008 in Italy. Huh, gonna have to check that out. David Bruckner, Dan Bash were the directors. That's interesting. But yeah, The Cell, man, that was a lot of similar themes, you know. You check out all these movies that have to do with cells and signals and pink elephants and you name it. Bunch of weird stuff going on.
Yeah, I know. It's like what were they trying to tell you?
Wait a minute. This Cusack movie, is it at the end where they're walking around a cell tower at the end of the movie?
Yep, slave to it.
Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah,
they're slaves to it.
Yeah, pretty much. They were trying to shut it off, and they got tricked.
Wow, yeah. That's boy. You know, there's a lot of talk about that 5G these days too, huh? Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Evil. I'm telling you, it's evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's sort of like the Mach 5 in Speed Racer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only it does something completely different. It doesn't jump. But yeah, man, I was, you know, when it's been a while and you watch a movie you haven't seen in a while, and I was just blown away by the crispness, the clarity. It's just amazing, you know. The picture, it's just awesome. It's not like watching one of those old VHS copies of the movie or you got from the rental store that was used over and over again. It was beautifully crisp. Yeah, and man, it's just this movie blows me away because there's so many things that's going on in this movie that could just fit right frickin', you know.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's like really interesting. That was what year? I want to say 1987, 80. No, maybe it was earlier.
So if you go to the scene where the TV scene where it's nighttime and they're all looking at the TV with their rabbit ears, and all of a sudden there was shadow inside the TV, and then all of a sudden the signal starts and everyone starts getting a headache. Sound familiar?
Yep.
And then the preacher was repeating everything that the TV was saying.
Yes, the blind preacher.
The blind preacher, yes. And it basically was describing all of them as sleeping and selfish, sedated.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Losing ambition.
Yes.
Just watch what we put on there and shut up.
Right. Obey.
Obey.
Crazy, man. Just looking at my notes. My notes are relatively legible.
You really were doing homework, notes and all.
Oh yeah. And notes is not really my it's not my good subject with notes, but I can write halfway decent notes. Even my in a hurry handwriting is legible. Yeah, Frank didn't like waking up, man. When John Piper's character was trying to get him to notice stuff and all that, he did not want to wake up. His cognitive dissonance was kicking like a mule.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
Yeah, it can be a bitch.
And he did not want to, because basically the impression I got from him was he knows everything. He knows everything isn't right anyway, and he just doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to find out.
Yeah, some people believe if they just stay asleep, it's better not to know. And I don't totally agree with that, but
Yeah, they have a word for that. It's called complacency.
mm-hmm. Yeah, complacency. Yeah,
And then when it's not complacency, you know what they call that? They call that ignorance.
Yeah, ignorance. Yeah.
But man, the cinematography of this movie, it just blows me away. It's like we should be having movies like this with some of the newer technology, some of the new special effects. But you know what? There's still awesome cinematography. There's something to be said about making a movie on film. If you do a movie on film, record the original movie, transfer it, and all that stuff. Sure, it's more expensive to transfer it to digital, but you have once you transfer that film to digital, it'll be captured forever.
Yeah. Yep. And it always looks better. Film just looks well. I mean, it depends, I guess, on what it is, because digital looks really great too for certain things, but film has it depends on the movie, I think. But film just has a certain essence that you can't capture. It gives an atmosphere that you can't capture with this digital.
It's that analog feeling, the imperfection that's you kind of appreciate more than anything else. As an example, I think Peter Jackson did a remastering of one of the what's his name? The guy who did Citizen Kane.
Or Orson Welles.
Orson Welles, or either it was an Orson Welles film or it was an Alfred Hitchcock film, but he did a remastering of it, and he did it at 60 frames at 4K.
Wow.
And they said, while it looked absolutely spectacular, it was very jarring. It when they were looking at it, they couldn't suspend disbelief. It was jarring. It was impossibly crisp. It was so polished that you weren't falling in love with the visuals and the story.
Yes, yeah, that's when you make things too real or too crisp, then you kind of lose the fantasy of a movie. It's like you're more watching a documentary or home video or something. There's something that you just get lost in films, and I think you're right. Like that analog look, the grittiness. There's something more magical about that. And also, like Toxic Man Flu, that's a good question. Why are they better shot than films are today? And a lot of it is the way they film it too. It's not just always the writing, which can be lackluster, but the way they film it. They used to take time with shots. Shot composition used to be a big thing, where they would take time in just a camera just slowly panning in on someone, or following someone. You might be walking from the kitchen to the living room, it's just a camera shot that follows them, and it seems like, well, that's boring, but really you get more, I think, connected to the character that way than a lot of the shots today, which are more focused on like the digital stuff in the background, or they're more focused on quick cut scenes, get you like confused and make it seem exciting, when it's sometimes just one long steady shot is more exciting.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Now, I just took another quick look at that image, and
is this from the movie?
Yes, this is from the opening scene after he walks across the tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the cross on top of the building.
Yeah.
Yep.
The first thing
in the movie, remember what was on top of the building? The control center for the controlled news programs that they were broadcasting to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And up there, then you got this particular spiral right here. It's as if they were afraid to use the actual imagery that signifies certain cults.
Yeah, I mean that spiral, vortexy shape thing.
This is inverted.
Mm-hmm.
This right here, it shouldn't be spinning this way. It should be flipped because that would be a Hopi spiral.
Huh.
It's wrong because they're on my rings that are Hopi made, silver
It
rings
looks
with
like
turquoise.
what we were looking at. What was it like last week? Remember when we were looking at all those symbols from the Anasazi, and a lot of them were showing like this kind of this spiral type vortexy kind of thing. And look what's right left to it is a needle.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
There's a whole
supposed to
bunch
be
of
like a
symbols.
vaccine or something there.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. Because you notice how it looks? It's not a junkie's needle.
No, it's not. It definitely looks like a medical needle.
It's one of those big, ugly things they took your blood with when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the rabies shots.
Oh, no, that needle was much, much, much longer. No, I never had to get that. Thank goodness. Oof. Man, that needle, man, I hear they have an updated shot now, but that needle was like a little less or a little more than 8 inches long, and they stick it straight into your freaking stomach. Oh my God. Woo, buddy. No, thank you.
You think they couldn't just give it to you as a pill, you know?
Yeah. No. They got to make you suffer for it. It's like a penicillin shot too. The penicillin needle. Oh my gosh. It's 4 inches long. I don't know if it is. It feels like it is. It's really long and not very. And they'd give you that thing, and you've got like a sore arm, for like the next 2 days. It feels like someone punched you really hard in the arm from a penicillin shot.
Polio needle.
Polio needle. Yeah. Look, I don't know what the little character there, the guy. I don't know what he's squeezing like a one of those like a little.
It's signal coming out of it. He's holding a phone.
Oh,
that's the phone I was telling you about.
A phone.
Yeah, I mean that when the first time I seen it,
I thought maybe that was like one of those air horn kind of things, and he's like supposed to be blasting sound from it. Like you hold like an air horn, little handheld air horn thing. I thought that's what it was, but it could be like some kind of phone type signal thing.
First thing I thought of was the first Nokia phones that had the little antenna that were slightly bigger than candy bar. Hence the candy bar style phones. Yeah, and this is back when they had bricks or the big, huge Motorola phone in the bag that was referred to as a car phone. They had car phones back then. And they were freaking huge.
Yeah, I remember those. Look up at the top left too. It says endangered by something and something entertainment. Endangered by
entertainment.
Yeah,
Blink, Etsy, earn. Oh, it's cut off. Ooh. I don't think they showed the whole thing because they didn't pan to it. They just scene changed to it. It wasn't a panning scene. It was just scene change.
Right. Yeah, they just cut to another shot. Endangered by. I mean, it looks like endangered by entertain. It actually just says endangered by something entertain, and then something.
You know how when they leave a letter out of something and your mind actually fills it in because there's no D in there.
Yeah.
Because in anger, but in danger makes more sense.
You're right. There's no D there. Yeah. In anger by Antoni entertain something Etsy.
Intonement.
Maybe
intonement. Entertain. Intonement. Entertain.
Anger, and we don't also know. It might not be in anger. It might be something else before that. The IN could be part of a different word.
Right.
Begin anger by atonement, entertain. Who knows? Could be a lot of things, but
it's wild. I seen that too. I was wondering about that myself.
Yeah.
There's a lot of layers of stuff in this stuff, man. It's just like wow. And there's even words inside the syringe right there. Then you got FOP.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be for a good time. It looks like below 4. It says you can kind of make out the time. Call. I'm guessing it says like for a good time call, and then it got like painted over by something else there.
Yeah.
It looks like it's in a heart. Hey, for a good time call, it's probably like a stripper would leave that or
Right.
something, or a hooker would leave that on.
Right.
Yeah.
But man, and there's this word right here in the background. It's all one word.
Yeah, Buick.
Because this is CKORAW. That's an I right there. I think it's a V. There's an E behind the large E there. And then it's covered over by a bunch of stuff right in here. And this is a P.
Yeah. P, maybe an A. Yeah, it's tough to make that up. But yeah, UI or VICKORAW, raw. Buick raw. Yeah, I don't know.
But
and then
there
all
was
the houses just falling around all over the place.
Yes, they are falling down. It does look like they are falling down.
Yeah, looks like they're like tumbling down off of this one
Yes.
building with the black cross at the top.
It could be basically when people wake up, it's foundation moving.
Yeah. That's wow. That's very interesting.
Yeah, man, because basically when horrific things happen, and it's one of those kind of things that causes consciousness to go up. Sometimes that happens in emergent times where emergencies happen, and you got the 24/7 fear porn on the locally controlled news channels, and in the programming that they spew out. Because it's like I don't know about you, but I'm tired of the pink elephant PSAs on AM radio, whatever station you're listening to. And you know what? Just play the music, play the radio show, put your commercials that sell this or sell that, sell your cell phones, whatever, man. But we don't want to hear the PSAs. Get out of here.
Yeah.
And because that crap is really getting old, I gotta say. Can't even listen to the radio without them. Oh, fear, porn, fear, porn. Fear this and fear that. It's like, you know what? Okay, go away. I'm done with you.
Well, I mean, it's like this movie. It says it's an indoctrination into believing, just needing, because if you have that amount of fear, then you're going to look for something or someone to protect you, right? And isn't that what they want? They, if they want control, they want you to fear something so that they can come in and say, hey, we have the solution.
Well, hey, when they did that second broadcast from that church, they didn't like them waking up. And you seen what they did. They sent out the cops and they busted that church for waking up.
Yeah.
For thinking for themselves. There's, I think aren't there platforms that are telling people that they should think this way and think that way? Yeah, I wonder where we seen or heard that at. But yeah, the cops shows up to the church and the SWAT team shows up and the bulldozes Shantytown, all because these people were waking up in the movie.
Here's something interesting: the spiral on that church building is a foreshadowing of the event at the end.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting.
Yes,
too.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
because there was a lot of foreshadowing in this movie, and you know what? I think some of the foreshadowing that they showed hasn't happened yet. I think they planned on making another movie.
Wait. What's the radio signal? Is it ARIF? What's the radio signal that we are used right now for credit cards to buy something?
Oh, RIF?
RIF? Yeah, there it is right there on the right side. RIF.
Where do you see that?
Okay.
The blue letters?
Follow the spiral a little to the right.
Oh.
And then come down.
I see where you're looking. In white there?
Yeah. RIF.
Oh, RIF.
It looks like it might be RFF though. I looks like it could be. Looks like there's an R there.
That's interesting.
But then that looks like it could be an I, or an F and then another F and then a P at the end, or like a P, but like an angled. Yeah, it looks like the P's Huh.
Oh, and think about this. Remember when they upgraded TV signals for digital?
Oh yeah, isn't it beautiful that the fact that the UHF signal, while it's being downplayed, is actually free for everyone?
Yeah.
It's the law. You cannot be a broadcaster and not push out your signal in UHF, because if for whatever reason the country goes down on the digital network, the UHF signal will survive. The analog signal will survive any attack.
Even if it's like what do they call it? If you turn off all the EMP.
And yeah,
Yeah, that's basically why there's still standard tuners in TVs.
Yeah, because the EMP, you'll be shut down, but you just flick it back on, as opposed to digital, where the chip will just fry.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and we cut the cord 10 years ago. I said, screw this, forget cable TV. I spent $100, got a UHF decoder and a pizza dish, we call it antenna. I've been able to get at least 30 channels of the essential channels, all the local channels, and a bunch of other channels from all over the United States. The WB, KTLA.
Wow, really?
You got to look into it. It's absolutely ridiculous. You can just literally remove cable television out of your life, because there's no way you'll ever see any of those channels at any degree. The most you'll see is probably your local news at best.
Yeah,
because everything else is either on Netflix, HBO, Amazon, or Hulu.
Yep.
that's true. Yeah.
And you're already subscribed to them.
Yep.
So why?
Yeah,
would
we got rid of cable.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had cable for years either. Just because of the same reasons you just said. Everything is on Netflix, Hulu, or HBO,
Right.
or Amazon. I've got there's not much. And if it's local news, you've got the internet. They're all broadcast on you can go to KTLA's website or whatever website and they have the live news broadcast, so you don't even really need the TV for that as long as you have internet.
Yeah, true. And the thing is about cutting the cable. This movie here, I mean, the parallels to cutting the cable and going back to UHF, to the analog signal, are within the framework of the story. Everybody who's being brainwashed is actually going through watching this sub signal coming in through the cable networks.
Mm-hmm.
And the glasses are old represent the old school technology that cut through the signal.
Yep. Basically, people, you know how 3D movies were invented with the glasses?
Yeah.
I believe basically, think about this way: you're looking through red and blue.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Red and blue lenses, most people can't be hypnotized.
Really?
Because basically you're only seeing your brain. Basically, when you look through those red and blue, the old school 3D, when you look through the red and blue, it tricks your brain into seeing color, but you're not. You're seeing red and blue through those lenses.
Yeah, that's really weird because you see. Yeah, that's true because you are looking at red and blue. Yeah, they're literally covering your eyes, so everything you should see would be in red and blue. Standard
subliminal messages, that imagery that get mixed in, you wouldn't see it with 3D glasses because those standard subliminal messages wouldn't be there. You wouldn't be able. They wouldn't get through basically because you're seeing through. And it might be even more advanced now with the newer 3D glasses they got.
Yeah, the new ones, they look more like dark shades.
Yeah, they look like dark shades. And if the TV's not basically, if it's not a compatible TV, your lens will just appear to be black. Because you hold up your lenses, if they appear black but able to see through it, that means your TV is not compatible.
Huh.
And they stopped making. You gotta wonder why they stopped making 3D TVs.
Oh, I can tell you that. I can tell you that with 100% certainty.
I've had feelings and some opinions floating around in my head about that.
Well, I'll tell you what the skinny is on this. Back in the early 2000s, I got involved in glasses-free 3D TV production technology, and
Really?
yes, and the technology works like the the Cracker Jack boxes where you have this lenticular image, and you shift it left and right, and it looks like it's moving.
Yep.
Well, that's what glasses-free 3D TV is, where there's a lenticular screen over the TV, and you use, I kid you not, 8 different camera angles to generate the moving lenticular effect of 3D glasses-free 3D TV. And what's really amazing about that is that if you tilt your head to the left a little or to the right a little, you can actually see a character coming around a corner before the character comes around the corner.
Wow.
It's really amazing technology. Okay, I was involved since the early 2000s up until the mid 2010s. Okay, at that point, the technology kind of faded away. Why? Because there's going to be new technologies in 3D TV, but they're going to be without the glasses, and I'll tell you all about that. But the reason,
that's like holographic projection style.
Well, just give me a minute. It's this amazing rabbit hole.
Okay.
Now what happened is when James Cameron was making Avatar, there was going to be this tremendous push on 3D TVs and all that stuff. But the problem was that I had figured out, and a lot of other people had figured out a long time ago, is that these 3D TV technology is actually medically, it's destroying your cornea. It's destroying the muscles in your eyes because too much of it, and I kid you not, too much of it, more than say 3 or 4 hours of it per day, will actually ruin the muscles in your eyes, and you will need glasses for the rest of your life.
Whoa.
To repair it.
Wow.
This is a medical proven fact. So that's why the 3D TVs have disappeared. When the Avatar came out, there were going to be this huge push, and then the medical industry said, "Hey, this is not good for people. It's more than 3-4 hours a day, consistently. People will have ruined eyes. Glasses for the rest of their lives. You'll never be able to see normal again." So the technology just disappeared.
Now, was a lot of that stuff, was it already on the market or not yet?
Yeah, it was on the market, but the thing is, just like the cell phones, they try the industry who was pushing the 3D TV, 3D glass systems and all that stuff, tried to bury the lead, which is that the technology is harmful to the eyeballs. Just like cell phones are harmful to the brain barrier in your head.
Yeah.
And so, after it faded away, one of the reasons why James Cameron is taking so long to produce his next Avatar movies, is because he's in the middle of creating the new 3D TV technology that will come out in support with his movies.
And this is supposed to not be harmful to the eyes.
Well, the thing is, you don't need the glasses.
Right.
But the thing is, the technology, I had one of the glasses-free 3D TV in my hands for a very long time. Wow. It was 24 inches, and that sucker cost $5,000.
Whoa. Well, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so the technology is not cheap, and the new system that's coming out is actually, it looks absolutely spectacular. And there's some samples of this technology out there already. there's a couple of Kickstarter campaigns that actually showed off this technology. But the thing is, the level of work or the glass size and all that stuff is not to the entertainment level of someone who wants a big screen TV in the house.
Right.
So right now, what they're doing is they're perfecting the technology, and they're developing the production process that will make it cost effective. And the problem is that the technology utilizes a form of holographic mirrors and holographic system. In fact, if you give me a minute, I think I can find the actual Kickstarter campaign.
Yeah. As you do that, we could read a couple. A couple of the chats were pretty funny. There was. Did you see what I think it was? Oh God, was it Parrot Head or the chats jumped a bit?
Let's see.
Yeah, look up Barrack. Okay, that was one of them. Parrot Head.
I found it.
Look up They Live Graffiti for a good time call.
I found it. I found it. I'm going to put it into the private chats, and then you can click and go right to it, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh, sweet.
And when was this? It was 20.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Whoa!
The looking glass.
Yeah,
that looks pretty thick.
it does look thick. I guess it has to be though.
Well, look at the GIF. I think it's a GIF, just a little further down.
Oh, yep.
And you look at it. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to create right now, on a bigger scale, in terms of like 60-inch TVs and stuff like that. Anything less is just not going to work as an entertainment value.
Crap! That video there. Oh my gosh, that looks incredible. Imagine gaming on something like that. Holy crap!
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Imagine calling.
This is beyond holograms. I mean, this is full color, high resolution imagery, and you are literally looking at it in multiple vectors.
This would be like the closest you could get to a Star Wars holographic video call, if you could have this in real time.
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously, this stuff would have to be, this is like filmed and programmed and stuff. But if you were able to have a camera that could instantly generate you inside, in a holographic version of you inside of this, you would have pretty much like the holographic. You'd have better than the Star Wars holographic videos.
Well, the thing is, see, for you can generate the imagery, but it's in 3D, and the data gets transferred in 3D to the projection system. To get an actual person, an analog person, to appear in this video, the problem is that the camera, it's not one camera. It's
You'd have to have
multiple cameras collecting the data, just like an iPhone.
Right.
Or an Android, the way it collects the HDRI information, the depth information, all that the light information, and saves it into one file. And you're able to actually change the focus after you've taken the snapshot, for crying out loud.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Doesn't Samsung has a phone with a camera that can do that?
Yeah.
One of their recent devices.
It's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely fantastic. But the problem is that the file that you're able to actually change the focus of the photograph, it's like instead of the foreground character being in focus, you can actually put a background character in focus. But the problem is, once you've done any adjustments and you save the file and you hand it off to somebody as a JPEG, it's locked into that particular adjustment. See, it's no longer the proprietary file format that you're able to adjust within the context of a single file, right? Or a container. Let's call it a container. But once you hand it off to, say, a printer at Kinko's to do a printout, that container becomes were burned into a standard JPEG file, and that's what they print. You can't adjust the JPEG file. You have to go back to the source file, which is the container that holds all the data. In this case, this is a 3D holographic container. And what's so beautiful about this technology, just like the glasses-free 3D TV lenticular system, is that you can't pirate it.
You can't pirate it.
Wow.
So it solves the problem.
You see the glasses, the red-blue glasses, you can pirate the videos,
right,
and project them on any TV, and you can just sit back and watch it with the red-blue glasses.
Yeah.
Right? But the polarizing glasses, you can't. You have to have the TV to project the polarizing signal. With this technology here, you have to have the technology to project the 3D content.
No, so James Cameron is trying to basically work with this kind of technology in filming the Avatar movie. What would that mean, though? How many cameras would you need to be able to film something like this?
Well, it's not the camera. It's actually the data that comes off the files. See, before this technology, you needed at least 8 cameras to capture a slightly different angle, right? To get you the glasses-free 3D TV feel to it. But with this, you're actually projecting the data, the computer data, to the TV, to the monitor, to the container, and the container is actually translating it. If you have a cube in your 3D program, well, that cube is being translated here, and you're able to rotate that cube. You're able to rotate the container and see around the cube without actually physically having to actually change the cube and flip the cube around in the 3D space on the 3D program. And that's the problem. That's the problem, is the data throughput. You're not talking about just single data throughput, right? You're talking about
a mass amount of data.
It is. It's no longer a gigabit throughput. It's a terabit throughput that they have to work out. And the thing about this is that sports, the first applications for this, beyond the movies, it would be sports.
Yeah, sports for sure. Video games, I'd imagine, would be.
Imagine watching a rebroadcast of Michael Jordan breaking the hoop, because he broke one every game.
Jordan?
Michael Jordan, yeah. When he went up to do his layups and do a dunk, he broke one, at least one home game every now and then. Because when he broke it, he got fined every time.
Oh yeah, they fine you for that.
Yeah.
But the fans loved it so much, he did it a lot.
He could afford it.
Yeah.
If they capture the shattering off of with the new technology, have you seen the opening of Star Wars in a 3D space?
Yeah, and the 3D when they re-released Phantom Menace in 3D, I went and saw it.
No. There's an actual on YouTube. There's a 360 degree opening of Star Wars, 360 degrees, so you can actually sit there and rotate your camera up, down, left, right, doesn't matter, as you're watching the opening of Star Wars. And so you can actually, as the blockade runner comes up first in the scene, you can actually turn the camera around and see the Star Destroyer coming up behind it before the Star Destroyer comes over the frame.
Wait, where is this?
It's on YouTube.
Do you have that link? Can you share that? I'd love to see. That sounds incredible.
Give me a sec. This is the same kind of technology that it is going to get married with this technology that you're watching here. This holographic container, where you actually will. Steven Spielberg actually was, I think, the first filmmaker to record in the 360 degree cameras. And he said, you know what? In this, what you can do is I can record a whole movie with the 360 degree cameras, cut it the way you want it, and then when you actually presented to the audience, each member of your audience can actually choose by moving the camera around as the movie's playing. You can choose what you want to look at.
I mean, you're basically at that point. If you created like a movie theater that was like this box, like you would be almost inside of it. It would be like almost virtual reality without any need of goggles. It's almost like it would be like the freaking Danger Room in X-Men, or the in Star Trek, the what's the holographic room in Star Trek?
Yeah, the hologram.
The holodeck. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, there it is.
I remember the holodeck, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that basically be it?
Yes, it is. Without the tactile thing, is there it is. There's
right.
a video. I just gave it to you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
Yeah, you just play it without sound. And watch the opening crawl, and then just move it around, and then you'll see. Holy shit! You're looking at the planet before the opening crawl finishes.
Wow. Freaking amazing. Yeah, there's a few different websites that have that 3D thing going on, for videos.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I just did what Tyler Mungo suggested.
That's insane.
So imagine now, even though we're talking about this technology right now, the utter fantastic thing is that you're going like, wait a minute, They Live has touched upon all this different technologies, different points of interest within the narrative of the story.
Yeah,
and all you have to do is literally just look for it. I mean, the glasses themselves are the 3D glasses that everyone has been walking around with, and they're able to give you a different perspective on reality than you take them off. Okay, you see it flat, you see it simple. You put them on, all of a sudden you see the reality in a different perspective. and that's the very first thing that I got out of it as a metaphor when I saw it in the theaters. I'm going like, holy shit.
Well, my actual first time at an IMAX theater was in Chicago at the Museum of Science and Industry. Now, that is the very first, as far as I know, it was the first IMAX camera that anyone watched anything on.
I experienced this summer thing here in Toronto at the Science Center, and it was an amazing experience. I know what you're talking about.
What they did is, and the screen itself, my God, it was curved.
Yes,
it was a half circle basically, the whole screen. And it was freaking huge. You remember the old theaters that had the really long, wide movie screens at the General Cinemas?
70 millimeters, yes.
This is probably 4 of those put together.
Well, it was 4 stories tall.
It was huge, and they showed us the planets and the stars, and it was the first IMAX I seen anywhere. And now when I go see an IMAX at a theater around here, I'm like, this ain't IMAX.
No,
that ain't IMAX.
No, it's just a large screen.
It's not even a large screen to me because I seen the original IMAX, and I'm like, that ain't IMAX. Now I do like the 3D IMAX because the first 3D IMAX, since they had updated it, I seen The Last Jedi.
Yeah,
and because I watched it on a standard screen first, I went and seen it twice because I had to be sure what the hell I seen.
My condolences.
Yeah, and I actually went and watched the 3D, and basically it's got the tiered seating, and I was probably 20 seats down, and I was in the right optimal spot for it. And I swear to God, you could climb 20 feet into the screen. it looked that the depth. It looked that's how far back it was, and it blew my mind. And the 3D was cool. That was probably the coolest thing about that movie, aside from what they did. But other than that, the fucking movie sucked. And I don't like what they did to Luke Skywalker, and there's a whole bunch of other people that don't really like it either. And but other than that, the 3D effects were not bad at all. At all. It's too bad they couldn't have put the time into making a good Star Wars movie, because basically that 3D and all that work, that was wasted. They wasted it because it's not a good movie. But I think that was I've seen Endgame as well in 3D IMAX, and that was really good. The next movie in that series was not as good. It looked like the 3D and all those things were rushed. It looked choppy, and Endgame was better, visual wise, for the 3D effects and all that stuff. It was way better, and I don't think it was as good.
Yeah, and well, it's become a gimmick more than an art form now. I've actually worked in the production of 3D, producing films into 3D, and the process is just drop dead dumb. We take shapes, we rotoscope shapes across the entire film, and those shapes are colored in different tones and grays and colors and all that stuff. And the computer translates those shapes into a depth algorithm, and then applies that depth algorithm onto the film itself. And there you go. You got 3D.
Huh.
Wow.
Now, how would if you were say you wanted to create video conferencing with 3D, how would that be? Would you need, because it'd be instantaneous, would you need like cameras everywhere for that?
Not really cameras everywhere. You just need a fixed point of multiple cameras. You cannot translate 3D from a single point camera.
So you would need like a little room or an area that has cameras.
Yeah, it would have to pull in the information from multiple angles.
So you could do like an old school phone booth idea, but make the phone booth into with the cameras on each.
Well, they have something similar. I mean, the bullet time technology with the Matrix is something similar to what you just said. Also, when people walk into a room and get themselves 3D scanned and 3D printed into little figurines, again, it's a similar idea that you just talked about, where they walk into a spherized room, and multiple cameras take their images, and the software actually stitches the multiple images and scans, if you will, into a single object.
Wow. See, that's. I wonder. It'd be funny if we start at some point in the future we see phone booths again, but instead of just having a toll phone booth like a normal phone, you walk in and it it's a 3D style video conferencing.
Well, it's very possible because it's the technology can easily be ubiquitous. It would not harm you in any way, and it's no longer would be actual video that would be going through the signal. It would be actually scanned data. So the video itself would be more of a color skin on the 3D data that's being captured in real time.
Oh, so just capture the colors that you have, your color.
Yeah, but the meat and potato of the technology would be the actual
data,
the 3D space data that would be captured by multiple scans in the booth.
Right.
And that's as fascinating as what we're talking about. I always, in the back of my mind, I think back and like they had that in They Live. That wonderful scene where they're actually transporting from one place to another.
Yep.
That Stargate. And the thing is,
yeah, I guess that was a Stargate, huh?
It was. And the thing that really blew me away when I saw that, going like, okay, this is a Stargate, but the thing is, it's a Stargate where it doesn't do it like Star Trek, where it destroys the information and reconstitute it elsewhere. So basically, you're dying and living, dying and living. This is not anywhere similar to that. This is actually moving the physical matter through a wormhole, through folded space to another planet. I go like, holy smokes! That's that's it was wonderful to see it on screen. I mean, the last time I saw something even close to that was 2001, and that was a psychedelic.
So you're saying that the wormhole is actually folding and bending space, and meeting that at a different point somewhere else.
Well, we're already the gravitational flux of reality has already been proven within the last 10 years. I think it was a site in Texas. They had a series of lasers that were parallel and crossing each other, and they were constantly measuring the exact distance of each other. But then they measured a change in reality. I mean, literally a wave, a gravitational wave washed through the planet Earth, and we did not notice any difference.
Didn't Secure Team do a video on that?
I think they did.
Secure Team 10,
But the thing is, they had this on the Tonight Show. They had the scientists talk about it on the Tonight Show. It wasn't like it was a big secret.
Oh,
this was mainstream communication. It's like, we measured a gravitational wave passing through the Earth, and the distance in the lasers it was registered. So and now think about this from our point of view. I see you and you see me. I see this ruler. It hasn't changed. It's still rigid. It's still straight and all that stuff. But if you were outside of the gravitational wave, say like off planet, away from the actual wave, the effect of the wave, and you had this high-powered telescope, pointing towards the Earth, you would literally see a Netcher, something out of Etcher's paintings.
Wow.
I'm just using that as a hyper expression, but that's what you would be seeing outside the gravitational wave of the effect happening on matter.
You would see. So how would you perceive it?
Like an Etcher painting.
Oh, like an Etcher painting.
And the thing is, that's how folded space works. That's the gravitation. If the gravitational wave is
hey, Keck 44, how's it doing? So it sounds like to me,
if the gravitational wave is big enough, you will be able to pierce through the wave and out the other end.
Do you think maybe that somebody was experimenting with space folding for space travel?
Well, it could be any number of things. It could be just the remnants of a supernova that's happened millions of years ago, and the force, has just passed by this area of space.
No, we as far as we've only been able to detect this that one time, or is this something we've?
No, that's the one time I know that they've detected it. And the funny thing is, they detected it. Actually, they may have detected it more than once since, but since they brought the whole system online, I think it was like a difference of a couple of years between the time they brought it online and the time they actually did the Eureka moment.
Do you know what year that was?
Let's just Google it. Gravitational Gravitational
That's
Wave Tonight Show.
Tyler makes a pretty good point there.
Yeah, here we go. Gravitational wave hits the Tonight Show. And there's a video, and the video is in 2016.
2016.
Here, I'll put it in the since I'm not a wrench. There you go. It's in the private chat. Yeah, I remember this when he was talking with Stephen Colbert before Colbert became a pussy or royalty, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, George, if you put something in a private chat, and I can fix the wrench thing real quick.
Greetings. There you go.
Okay, I'll have to watch this later because I don't think we can. I think we won't be able to stream that, right, Bear? Because that'll probably be taken for the copyright.
They would shut us down in a heartbeat.
I will definitely watch this later, though.
But again, look at what's going on here. Concepts that are in this movie are reality. Just no less than 20 years, 25 years later.
Wow.
And that what blows me away. The one thing about say my comic book that I've been doing since 1990 is that I've actually worked on hard science in my book. Everything looks cartoonish, yes, right? A furry blue guy with a cape going around doing fantastic things, but the hard science of Einstein's theories, Planck's theories, gravitational waves, all that stuff is riddled throughout my book, throughout my comic books. And here's the crazy thing is, the one thing that really pissed me off about Star Trek and every other movie is that when I just had a rudimentary look at warp technology, or the concept of warp technology is the pods, the Enterprise nacelles, will not push the ship in any way. It will not warp space. They won't. It's impossible. To warp space, you need to have a ring perpendicular. Is it perpendicular? Yeah, I think it's perpendicular. I forgot the exact word. It's got to be perpendicular, so that way the warp effect, or the propulsion, if you will, is even as it propels you forward, because it's warping space. Thing is, NASA in 2013 came up with their warp technology presentation, where here's our spaceship. This is our concept of our spaceship, and the main core architecture of the spaceship is there's a warp ring that will push the NASA ship forward into warp space, and it's like holy shit.
A warp ring. So is that a physical ring, or would that be like a?
No, it's a physical part of the ship.
It kind of reminds me of in the prequel trilogy, the Jedi ships had to latch onto that ring, that spherical ring, before they could jump to hyperspace.
That is the most accurate depiction in science fiction so far of actual true physics of warp technology.
Wow. So what is that ring able to do? Is it creating its own gravitational field within it?
It's creating the gravitational field, but it's creating it in a unified push. The nacelles are not creating a forward moving momentum. They're incapable of they're warping space, but there's no forward movement on them. There's no movement at all. There's no unified force that's pushing out against.
So you're not so much moving as that space around you is moving.
That's right.
Is that accurate? Oh.
Well, actually, think of it this way: the gravitational waves that exist in the universe. Mm-hmm. If you actually what do you call what's the word? If you tune your engine, your warp engine, to the resonance of the gravitational waves, you'll be able to ride faster than light across the universe, just like a surfer is riding a surfboard along a beautiful wave.
Oh,
Okay,
so
so-
that's so in that warp image that they've been showing around the scientists, that's why that warp image looks like a wave behind it.
That's right.
So they're just, wow, that's cool. Have you seen that warp image?
You're
not.
literally the science is you're literally riding gravitational waves that exist throughout the universe because there's explosions, there's collapses, there's forces pushing and pulling each other, and all that stuff actually creates gravitational waves.
Wow, that's
No,
cool.
okay, so if you're
So basically, you just explained that warp image that I've been seeing every now and then pop up.
Yeah,
Very cool.
and here's in the chat. My first post is NASA's warp ring technology video. 20. This is dated 2016, but the original presentation it was in 2013. Now it all comes back to the movie They Live, where a lot of the stuff that they touched upon within the context of the story is like, damn, this is like serious foreshadowing. It just blows my mind. It just how much of how much depth is in this story. It's ridiculous.
All right, here we go. It's the image I seen before was very similar to this. Would that be accurate? That depiction?
Let's see. Yeah, that's it.
wow.
Yeah, I've seen one that was blue and it was facing the other way, but that's pretty much the gist of what I was seeing.
Yeah, see, the rings themselves are create the warp in the field, but if you think of the Enterprise nacelles, they would not be able to do this because they're warping space and they're either pushing into the ship or away from the ship, but they're not pushing the ship forward or backwards.
So basically, beings, that's the actual flaw. How would they would probably have to write some kind of technology that they use to create it in the nacelles that creates the ring invisibly.
Well, here's the thing. GeorgePeterGatsis.com. Seriously, give me a sec. Give me a sec. GeorgePeterGatsis.com.
And also, what would it do? Even if you toned the spacecraft itself, the frequency of it, what about the humans inside?
Well,
Would you have to also resonate at that same frequency?
No, you're inside the containment.
So as long as the whole thing is resonating on the outside, you're okay on the inside.
That's right.
Okay.
Wow.
Here, go to GeorgePeterGatsis.com and show my website. You'll see images cycling, and you'll see my spaceship with the warp ring, and that is basically that is basically the concept of the technology itself.
How many squares over do you have the images? Because I'm on your site now.
Oh, you'll see it. You'll see it. It'll pop in shortly.
Do.
Yeah, there it is. I see it right there. Wow. That is cool.
Isn't that much?
You got a couple different ships in there, huh?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of stuff I've created over the years.
You have like the DeLorean from Back to the Future 2 there, I see.
Yes, I married the DeLorean. And what if the DeLorean and the Millennium Falcon had a kid? But the fascinating thing is that it's fantastic to watch these stories play out. It's absolutely mind blowing that you can actually take real science and attach it to it.
Yeah, and that they were so far ahead of their time coming up with these concepts. Because even if Star Trek didn't get it exactly, accurate as we now understand it, they still had the right idea.
Well, yeah, that's it. They were shooting in the same ballpark. They were talking.
Yeah.
They were talking on communicators and iPads. And it's like, okay, eventually the technology will catch up with us. But the problem is, and this is what a lot of people don't get, is that DARPA knew about this technology and perfected this technology. DARPA's development is 50 years ahead of what we see in our world today.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that before.
We see the was it that B-1 bomber that's like a triangle?
Yeah.
Well, they perfected it. We saw it in the 90s.
Yeah.
They perfected that 50 years ago.
Yeah, I heard they had that in the 50s.
Yeah. That's
so. Let me ask you this:
the internet was designed and created in the 50s. In actually 1954, I think it was.
They called it the internet back then.
Wait. So it wasn't Al Gore you're telling me?
No. Al Gore. Al Gore was talking about the fact that he actually helped in the additional funding for network solutions, the domain register and basically the switchboard to the internet. But the concept of the internet was created as a social construct back in the mid 1950s.
Wow.
So because of what you said about the technology being 50 years back from where it most likely is, do you think when we talk about like the topic of UFOs, or now as they're known, like what are they called, like aerial phenomenon or something? They're called something else now. They've changed the name now that they're like declassifying. It's called like aerial something phenomenon. Do you think that a lot of these are just us flying around in technology that we don't know about, but exists?
It's DARPA technology taking a spin around the planet.
And do you think that we've just figured this out on our own? Do you think that there are outside influences, whether they be extraterrestrial or interdimensional, something else?
It's definitely an outside influence, and you can choose whether it's interdimensional or extraterrestrial. It's definitely an outside influence, because the thing about technology and the thing about not the human condition, the thing about creativity. Okay, if you really bring it down to the point, creativity, nothing gets created out of nothing. It's impossible.
Yeah.
All right. In science terms, matter has to be shifted, changed, altered, right? For something new to happen. In creativity, there's no such thing as creativity. What you're seeing is a reflection of water, of yourself, and from there you're actually saying, okay, you know what, what I've experienced, what I've seen, I will take this little bit of experience here, that little bit of experience there, this little bit of tactile experience over here, and I will bring these experiences together to form a new thought or a new concept. And that is creativity in the sense of human evolution. You're not creating anything new. All you're doing is mixing and matching what you've experienced, what you've learned, and putting it and putting your own narrative on it. And a lot of the times, the narrative that some people put on it is novel, meaning that particular narrative has never existed before, and those people are considered geniuses. Well, not really. E equals MC squared. Well, there's a reason why E equals MC squared. There's a reason why the apple falls on Newton's head. He says, "Eureka! I know what gravity is," or whatever. or the fact that the Egyptians figured out that the world was circular long before Columbus and all that stuff. It's because they see what's going on around them, and they just pull all that information and they create a different narrative than what's going on around them, than the narratives that are around them. And those people are those are people known geniuses. As an example, the most recent examples is Steve Jobs steals the technology from Xerox. Bill Gates steals the technology from Steve Jobs. Google steals the technology from Steve Jobs. Samsung steals the technology from Steve Jobs and Google.
Don't forget Nokia.
Nokia too.
Nokia was the first one to have actual, really quality working smartphone interface.
So you're seeing what's going on is there's no creativity here. They're just taking the best of all things that have been experimented on, and those experiments are actually just concepts of putting different ideas together from stuff that they've experienced previously.
Apparently, there was more imagery in They Live, and this is what Tommy sent me a little bit ago.
Wow.
Do you notice something right there in the middle?
Yeah. It's a calling out to you.
Yeah. I was predicted.
You were predicted to be talking about this very stream.
Yes.
They're calling out to you right now. You're fulfilling the moment. The prophecy was foretold.
The one that Tommy sent to me was a little bit darker, so I just brightened it up and then sent it back to myself. And
that's pretty good.
Because I didn't see the name there. That is me. And I didn't see it until after I lightened it up, and then I looked closer. I'm like, oh wow,
that's funny.
You know,
it's like punk, I guess.
But you remember
punk above you, but it's PU.
You remember that blue piece of graffiti on the other one? This is just to the right of it.
Oh, okay. So this is the continuation of. Oh yeah, I see the buildings. Okay, yeah, I see that there. Oh yeah, this completes that. So you can see that RFFPUNX pugs.
Yeah, all kinds of things going on in that.
Yeah. So when did all this this technology? What was the jumping for us? Like, you know, well, I guess you could say there's maybe different points in time, but the modern style technology, because I think I go back to
transistor radio.
Well, no, I mean like the fast like kickstart into the modern age. You know, if you look at Roswell,
the first I would suggest is the first radio waves back in the early 1900s, 1910s.
I got a good one for you. 1917.
1917. There you go.
Yeah, 1917.
Was it the first radio waves that were flooding the planet, which caused the human condition to not be able to handle it, which caused was a breakdown of the human cell structure, which ended up perpetuating. What was it? The flu?
Spanish flu.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what there's the people who believe that the beer bug could be caused by 5G being turned on. You know, there's
that's a fact. There's too many what's it called? There's too many papers from reputable scientists and doctors all over the world proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that this technology literally microwaves you. But the thing is, they're clever, aren't they? They say, "Well, no. This one cell phone is not harmful to the human body." Yeah, bullshit. Of course, it's not one cell phone. But you see, you're in public transit with 50 other people,
right?
Or you're at a football stadium with thousands of other people.
Or there's a cell tower outside your neighborhood.
Exactly. There's pictures of cell towers. Right, trees right beside cell towers, and one side of the trees are dead. Leaves are dead. The bark is dead.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And why are they hiding these cell towers as fake trees or lampposts and all other ubiquitous landmarks in a city. Why are they doing that?
Well, the last,
yeah, they hide
I
it.
think the last I heard is basically they're stopping it here, from what I've heard.
Well, Trump just signed a I don't know if it was an order, but he signed something a couple weeks ago that was going to put. I think it was putting. It was. I don't know if it was the FDA. It was putting, or not the FDA. Who's in charge of the communications?
FCC.
FCC, yeah. He was putting the FCC in charge of slowing down the release of 5G so that they take a deeper look into the harmful causes. Now, this was a couple weeks ago during, when a lot of these conspiracy theories or,
Right.
just theories. I mean, I say conspiracy like air quotes because I also
Right.
believe that there's something to it. But when this was kind of getting mainstream, there was that guy in London who drove his truck into a couple of towers and took them down. And,
there was quite a few places where they were burning those things down.
Yeah, that's right. There were. And then, you found out like a week after that happened, Trump signed an order to halt, the FCC's production of these things until they take a deeper look into the safety of them. So,
you see, the thing is, the 5G, and I think everyone here will appreciate it. The 5G technology, if Trump or even the Democrat or anybody, if they what do you call saturate North America with it, forget about the rest of the world. Okay, I'm just talking about North America. There's not enough bullshit and political maneuvering and legal maneuvering that will stop the public from actually rioting. Because when you have children,
I've heard of this too.
When you have children coming down with cancer in mass at a particular school after one of these towers is put on top of the school, when you have people in the city, when you have cancer cases skyrocket by 10,000% over a particular period of time, at that point, it's no longer something that you can just hide and just brush under the table with legal maneuvering or political maneuvering or enforcement by law. There's not enough police that will stop the mass of the public from saying there's a 5G tower, it's going down. What are they going to do? The same technology is going to be killing the police who are trying to enforce these bullshit rules and regulations. It's stupid technology, stupid concepts, and the people that are here's another thing. The people that are implementing all this technology, Steve Jobs wouldn't allow his kids
to use it.
to use iPads and cell phones.
Yeah.
Bill Gates, the same thing. In fact, I heard that Bill Gates wouldn't allow his children to be vaccinated.
I've heard that too. That there was a doctor that came out. Of course, he's anonymous, for his own safety. But apparently, he would have to be. Yeah, he'd have to be. He had been at a medical gala where there were a lot of high professionals in the field, and he had told a reporter that he was their personal physician, and that he was told by Bill Gates that the kids were not to be vaccinated. Now that's hard to vet that story because obviously he doesn't want to come out, for his own safety, and they haven't really been able to figure out who the physician was because apparently the family has more than one physician, so it's been hard to vet if that's true or not. But I have heard that, and I I don't doubt it because we know that they've been public about saying that they limit the time that their kids can use cell phones, a day, or they don't let them use them at all, so it's not that far of a stretch for me to believe that.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the words they're speaking, it's their actions that will tell you the story.
Yeah, totally.
Watch what they're doing. That'll tell you a lot.
Well, the fascinating thing is, while we're talking about all this stuff that's happening now, the actual examples that are in They Live, are actually a mirror of everything we just talked about.
Oh yeah, They Live. This movie is a very example of add some modern stuff to it, and boom, you got a movie that's happening right now. The Pink Elephant. Hashtag Pink Elephant.
Yeah, yeah, they were just decades ahead of their time, or they had a feeling of what was to come.
It's something interesting. There could be a clever person on YouTube who has the time to actually go in and actually change the narrative from the 1980s to 2020, and what do you, and people go like, holy smokes, it will just surprise everybody from the ground up. I mean, it just won't take much, actually. I've seen so many people do, video compositing of CNN instead of the aliens when he puts on the glasses. Oh gosh, the memes on the memes
Mm-hmm.
the memes from They Live are spectacular and legion.
Yeah, I know someone that does memes. That's in our chat, right? He could have all kinds of fun with this stuff.
It just blows me away sometimes. The other thing is about the whole concept is when Roddy Piper is going through the offices, you see the different levels of woke people. There's the standard office where no one really gets it. Everyone's human and all that stuff, and they're the frontline office. They're the useful idiots. And then he's going through the offices, and all of a sudden, it becomes more alien, more of the visitors, and then all of a sudden you're right smack into the Stargate.
Yeah, it's slowly by levels.
That exactly. It was like it was like the Bruce Lee in Game of Death.
Yeah, he goes through level by level.
And it's like I'm going like, wow, this is amazing. And the thing that really upset me, that really bugged me, is that the woman, they didn't see the woman was already flipped, in that last moment. It just, that's the one thing that bugged me about the movie. Spoilers, of course. She pulls the gun and kills one of the characters. I'm not going to tell you which character, but in the chat, for people who haven't seen it. But that moment, I go like, damn, that's the one scene that really bugged me. I mean, I loved it, but it just bugged me. Then again, after the standoff on the roof and all that stuff, it was a humdinger moment. But
Yeah, that was the way the whole ending came down. I had to back it up and rewatch it.
I had to go back in the theaters for a second viewing. It was a matinee. I got out around 2, went in at around 12. My brother came out at 2. We both looked at each other, goes, yeah, let's go see it again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I seen that movie in the theater when it first came out. Pretty positive, because that was I didn't really care for wrestling back then, but I did like Roddy Piper, and I did like Hulk Hogan.
The crazy thing is,
and Andre the Giant.
Yes, absolutely, the great Andre the Giant. The crazy thing is, and was it Animal of Steel? I forgot the guy. Oh, forget it. The amazing thing is about the music and the constant beat. It was like a shepherd's tone. And if you don't know what a shepherd's tone is, it's a beat. It's a sound that sounds like it's constantly getting higher and higher and higher, but it's not. And was Nolan uses that underpinning sound for his movies, especially in
it builds tension.
Especially in Interstellar, he used it big time on that water world with the shepherd's tone. But the thing is, if you listen to John Carpenter's stuff, especially They Live and Dark. Was it The Darkness? I think it was called. I forgot. The one where they at the church and the devil's in the mirror.
Oh, I'd have to look at it.
I forgot I gotta do a quick Google search on that movie name. Prince of Darkness.
Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, there's he literally in his musical composition creates a variation of the shepherd's tone, and there's a constant beat, and the beat slowly picks up as it gets closer to the end of the movie.
Oh, that's with Donald Pleasant, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And that's another thing that a lot of the movies don't do at all.
Wow, how is it that I have not seen this?
Oh, it's a great movie. It's a great movie. It just makes you depressed from the moment you start watching it, because there's some serious stuff going to go down, and these guys are not going to have a good time. And it's all in the music. It's not in the visuals. It's in the music. Literally, in the music makes you feel angst and depressed in Prince of Darkness, and it just grabs you, and it doesn't let go until the very end.
Yeah, that's what's missing in a lot of good movies anymore. Is the right kind of suspense music with the right tone.
Oh yeah, it's
cinematography.
Jaws, Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Terminator, They Live. There was Prince of Darkness. What else? Actually,
at one point in the Halloween series, did he become uninvolved? Was it after 2?
I think it was 3.
After 3.
That was a ridiculous film.
Oh wait, what did we talk about? Halloween?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the question when Carpenter
became not
involved in Halloween?
Oh, I don't think he even was part of 3. I think he just did the first 2.
Yeah, I think so too. Because 3 wasn't Halloween at all. Whatever.
Well, yeah.
It wasn't Halloween.
Yeah, no, it was different.
Wow, I just had a realization. Terminator Dark Fate was a rehash of Halloween.
Well, oh, I gotta watch Dark Fate. I gotta watch it.
Remember in the Halloween they set up traps and all that? The one where she reprised her role.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. I just realized that. That's funny.
Well, if you want to talk about repeating storylines, say, "Oh brother, where art thou?" is what the Odyssey. Was it Iron Man 3 is the exact story formula as Lethal Weapon 3. Was it The Rise of Skywalker is a copy and paste beat for beat of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
The Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker is beat for beat a copy and paste of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Wow.
I did a story on Bleeding Fool where I did 32 or 35 points of story beats, and they were all following each other in linear time, and a lot of the story beats happened almost to the minute.
Wow.
Yeah, it's something bugged me about The Rise of Skywalker, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And then when I saw it for a second time, I know, my condolences to me. Yes, when I saw it for the second time, and I saw Chewbacca die at that moment, I'm going like, holy shit! And then because that was the same moment when Marion died in Raiders of the Lost Ark, or seemingly died. I'm going like, no fucking way. So then I started going forwards and backwards, and going like, holy shit!
When Indy falls in the pit with the snakes, is that where they fall into the sand with the snake monster?
Yep.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, we almost at the same time.
The moment she takes this little doohickey and matches it up to the Death Star and figures out where.
Oh yeah, the Death Star thing, the map.
Yeah, the map.
That's when he does the
He
temple, the sunlight.
No. They lift the Ark of the Covenant into view for the first time in the movie.
Oh.
That the moment she sees, the moment that her map matches up to the Death Star scene is exactly the minute the Ark of the Covenant comes out of its case. And follow this. I'll just do a quick overview. It's at the end. You know what happens? The bad guys get destroyed by an act of God in Raiders of the Lost Ark. What happens at the end of Rise of Skywalker?
Oh, the Force lightning thing?
Everybody gets destroyed by an act of God.
Wow. Whoa, that's crazy. I mean that. Now, what is your belief that that's intentional or that is beyond?
It was lazy story writing. It was lazy story writing. They had a certain amount of time to get this production done. They knew they had a real crappy. The Last Jedi was a terrible thing to follow, and they needed to shove in as much content into this last movie as possible. Mm-hmm. And the last thing they needed to do is try to create a story out of scratch. They would never have met the production at all.
They wouldn't have gotten done in time.
No, and no, not at all. So they did what Hollywood does.
Wow.
All the time is they look at a story that's already successful. They take the formula. Literally, they take the formula beat for beat, and they plug it into a brand new story. Done.
Wow.
Well, the Poseidon Adventure, the original Poseidon Adventure, and Alien are beat for beat the same story. The Blues Brothers and the Wrath of Khan are beat for beat the same story.
The Blues Brothers and the Wrath of Khan.
Oh, follow this. This is what Joe King.
The Blues, but wasn't the Blues Brothers first?
Hold on a sec. Yeah. But here. Follow this because Joe King Book 2 is a gag on the Blues Brothers and the Wrath of Khan. I'm marrying these two movies into a satire in Joe King Book 2. But the Blues Brothers, okay, in the Wrath of Khan, you have Khan. In the Blues Brothers, you have Jake's ex-girlfriend, Captain Kirk, Jake, Spock.
Oh, and it. Wow.
That's crazy.
Mind blown.
The Illinois Nazis is Khan's minions.
Wow.
Wow.
You can't make this shit up because it's right in front of you.
That is crazy. Have you done any video? I know you said you wrote an article for Bleeding Fool. Have you done videos on it too?
No. I just wrote the article. Here's the thing. When the Eureka moment happened, I tweeted it out the moment I came across it. Then I tried to tell Bleeding was it Nerdrotic and Doomcock and everybody just kind of shrugged their shoulders and just didn't pay much attention. So I said, screw it. I'm just going to write the article and let it go.
Yeah, you should make your own video on that too, just based on your article, because that is actually, that is fascinating to me. I honestly think that more of these bigger channels should have caught on to that.
Hey, George, you should cut this conversation into a video and put it up on your channel.
Yeah,
actually, you get a chance.
Do that. Yeah, you totally should do that.
I don't have a problem with that. If Final don't have a problem with that.
Oh no, not at all. You should do it.
You guys humble me.
No, it's for you to figure this out. That's fascinating.
Well, I've been writing my own stuff. I've been doing. Oh, you want me to take you down a rabbit hole?
Yes.
Okay, then go to. Okay, right now, just one of you bring up your web browser and share it for the rest of the people in the chat to see. Okay, and I'll send you down a rabbit hole.
Okay. Are you
Right.
And all this, it does tie into They Live. It'll tell you more about it. All right. So as soon as you share the screen.
Did you send? Where'd you send it?
No, it just one of you share your screen and bring up your web browser.
Gotcha. I see.
Yeah, one of you.
Okay, hold on one sec. I'll do it. Just a blank tab.
Yeah, blank tab.
Okay, let me see. I gotta close some of these out. I got too many open here.
Yeah, I got a lot open too.
Okay, there you go. I shared that if you want to.
Okay, now you went to georgepetergatsis.com?
Oh no, okay, hold on.
Okay, I just put it in the private chat, so you can click off the private chat if you like. There you go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's a hidden store on this website that I don't advertise openly. Okay, you see the buttons at the top?
Yep.
You see the Joe King button at the top center?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 2 buttons over. There's a page and a word balloon. Click on that.
2 buttons over.
To the left.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah, click on it. All right. This is the series of my books back in the early 90s. If you click on the big picture, now you're into the world of Joe King and everything that I've created.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Now, here's where I'm going to blow your mind away. Okay, because this is in parallel to everything we're talking about in They Live and the stuff. Okay. Now scroll up a little. Okay. There's some tabs at the top: red, blue, green, orange, and purple. Click on the purple tab.
Okay.
Okay, what you're seeing here in this purple tab is all the books that I've polished so far, and they're all interlocking with each other. And Joe King is in the center, where some of the narrative in Joe King appear in all these other books. Okay, this is an overview. Now, does this make any sense to you yet? No, not yet. But if you click on the orange tab, this is by genre: family, drama, comedy, thriller, mystery, action, fantasy, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Right? All these are different books by genre. Right? Now, is this starting to fill in the blanks? Yes. Go click on the green button. This is the reading order of the books. Okay. Now, the pattern starts to form. Okay, so you're saying, oh, okay, so these are the 3 books that are the reading order. The next 3 books are the reading order. The next 2 books, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. Now, if you click on the red button at the left corner, here are the synopsis of the books. As an example, 3 Canadian children with their uncle crossed the globe to rescue their family and save the world at the same time. Now, the next one is: an out-of-date robot auctioned off due to downsizing must save humanity from the very company that sold him. A 30-year-old foul-mouthed detective has to relearn her social skills when she wakes up 15 years in the past. Okay, you're starting to see what's going on here in this rabbit hole that I've taken you all is basically something that I've admired John Carpenter. I've admired a lot of Stephen King, a lot of the science fiction writers like Alan Dean Foster and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you're able to take multiple concepts, multiple genres, and actually fuse them into a universe, a singular universe, and still come up with different stories within that universe. Example: what's so great about Raiders of the Lost Ark is, well, he's going around, saving archaeology stuff and having adventures. Okay, but 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. It's all the same story. Star Wars. It's literally the same story. The hero's journey is paramount in all of these stories. That's the connecting tissue. With John Carpenter's, even though it's depressing as hell, it's still a hero's journey. The Prince of Darkness, even the horror movies, like was it the one with Kurt Russell in the Arctic?
Oh, the
Thing.
The Thing. There was
that movie scared the hell out of me when I was a kid.
There was a hero's journey in it. And you know what? If you actually knew, I think it was Swedish or Norwegian, you would know the entire concept of the movie in the opening dialogue, where the guy was saying it in Swedish, I think it was, or Norwegian, is get away from the dog. The dog is not what it seems to be. It's an alien. Go, get away from it. But the point is that multiple stories, multiple concepts can exist within the same narrative universe, but not a lot of people do that, and that's what baffles me. Well, John Carpenter, when I saw They Live, it was a point in my time when my teacher, my grade 10 English teacher, 5 years before this, 4 or 5 years before this, literally told me if I don't get my ass in gear, I would fail the whole year. So I started working on the hero's journey, working off of Shakespeare, and then building off of there to create the content that I'm creating today. I have been creating for the last 30 years. And within the context of all this, when I was watching the movies between 77 and 89, I'll push it to 89. Those, I think, were the golden years of great films to come into the theaters. I mean, I cannot imagine any other time in history that the greatest films that have ever been put to screen have ever come out. And I was there, you were there, and you experienced it in the theaters. And that's a profound effect on anybody. And to appreciate it to such a degree that you call bullshit on the stuff that Disney's doing today. The power of that narrative in 10 years, 12 years, saturating the child's mind, the adult's mind, with such incredible storytelling and music and action and acting. It's beyond imagination. I don't think this 12 years time span will ever be duplicated in the future. I don't think it's even possible. Think about it. You start. I'm just using Star Wars as a starting point.
Oh yeah.
Right. Star Wars all the way to 1989. What was 1989? Was it Batman?
Yeah.
Michael Keaton Batman. That time span was a profound 12, 13 years of sheer cinematic magic, Hollywood magic, that I don't think will ever be duplicated at all. The Marvel movies are an exception unto their own. They have nothing to do. They're just Marvel movies. They're all produced by the same company. I'm talking about multiple companies, different companies, producing incredible content. Now, take this whole thing, this whole concept, They Live, and think about John Carpenter as an artist. I mean, the guys did They Live, Prince of Darkness, he did a vampire movie, he did Halloween, all that stuff. It's, is it scary? Yeah, some are scary, some are suspenseful, some are science fiction.
Oh, wait a minute. Who was in that?
Which one?
Was James Wood in Prince of Darkness?
No. James Woods was in the vampire one. I forgot that. I forgot John Carpenter's Vampires, I think it was called.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've seen that one. That one, oh man, I like that movie.
Yeah, but think about it. This genius of a talent, he was able to, create a universe where he was able to take multiple concepts and actually, create something spectacular in everything that he did. I mean, he was Joss Whedon before Joss Whedon was a douchebag. Became a douchebag.
Yeah, I think he was cool at one point.
Yeah, but the thing is, he did it on a shoestring budget, and because he was so immersed in his skills in directing, writing, and producing, and doing the music. There's not a lot of creatives out there who would give you that depth of immersion than John Carpenter. And when you actually look at his stories, when you break down his stories, anyone, Halloween, They Live, the one in the Arctic, what was it called again? The Thing.
The Thing.
You'll look at it, in more depth, and you'll realize there's so many different layers to this whole freaking film and story.
I've also seen the original because the original was black and white.
The original scared the hell out of me when I saw it.
Well, I never seen the original first. I saw the Kurt Russell one first. I think I was 10, man. It scared the hell out of me. Oh boy.
No, I did. I saw the original first, and it was on late night TV on a black and white Zenith TV sometime in the mid 70s. I was so scared that
it's freaky.
It scared the hell out of me. But
have you ever seen a movie? Talk about James Woods. Have you ever seen a movie called Videodrome?
Oh my God! By
David Cronenberg movie. Blondie's in it.
Yes, I saw that movie. That didn't scare me as much as I'm going like, kind of blew my mind. No pun intended.
Right. It's not as scary as it is like more of a psychological kind of.
Yeah, it's like he literally took the concept of videotapes and pirating and all that stuff, and then just cranked it up to 11.
Yeah.
Wow.
On a 10 dial.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I always enjoyed that movie very.
And when that hand was coming out of the screen,
yeah,
I'm going like, wow, that's the most amazing visual effect ever. And then when you look at how they made it, it was absolutely simple, stupid.
Right.
It was a plastic screen. There was a hand actually pushing
through it. Right. Yeah.
And there was a projection of TV noise in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, holy smokes, that was so freaking simple.
Yeah.
But it was spectacular.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah. And the head explosion.
Yeah.
I mean, you thought Greedo, getting
Carpenter could do some pretty good head exploding.
Oh.
Well, this was David Cronenberg in Videodrome.
Oh, Cronenberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that head exploding was like the first thing I thought. It was like, oh wow, geez, that certainly upped the ante from Greedo.
Right.
and what's amazing about John Carpenter is that if you look at the one thing in the story on They Live is that you're actually following Roddy Piper in a logical progression. He's coming into town. What's the first thing he does? Oh, he just looks around, just like Escape from New York.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another great movie. Yeah.
What's he do? He looks around.
Gets his bearings.
Sits down, looks around, watches. For people, watches for a pattern. Gets invited. Starts interacting. It's like you're looking at a copy and paste of the story, but it's different. It's a completely different narrative, but the formula is freaking the same thing. just blows my mind.
Yeah, it's like the same template just used over and over. Well, I mean, A Force Awakens was pretty much beat for beat A New Hope, so we know that.
Oh, that was so ridiculous. That was
It was so on the nose.
It's like, there's no way. If J.J. Abrams would stand there and said, "No, I didn't copy and paste Star Wars," I'd go, bullshit.
Yeah,
A 3-year-old whose synopsis are just forming will call bullshit on it.
yeah, yeah. And then Last Jedi, you have mixes of both Return of the Jedi and Empire Strikes Back. Although the beats, it was a little out of sync, but you basically copied those two movies and mixed them into one movie. And
He did. And the thing about The Last Jedi that I mean, it's got to be. When I saw The Last Jedi, all I could think about is O.J. Simpson and that slow Bronco chase.
Yep.
Bronco chase.
They've created memes. Yes.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, I go like, okay, there's no planets, there's no what you call Star Trek spinning, moving stars around, all that stuff to show you they're moving through real fast and all that stuff. And for some weird reason, the Empire doesn't want to just do a quick warp ahead of them and then just cut them off at the pass. No, they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And for some bullshit reason, the Resistance has warp-ready ships that they can just take off and without getting noticed. It's like, where is the logic in this story?
Yeah.
I guess just sensors can't sense those ships. Jeez. Yep.
Oh my gosh! It baffled me. The whole concept. It was the one thing that's I wasn't really disappointed in the execution of the work. What I was more disappointed is the incredible misappropriation of resources to make such a spectacularly poor product. I mean, if you think about it this way, as a conspiracy theorist, everybody says, well, there's no way we went to the moon. It was all on a soundstage. And then you ask the question, well, okay, so you're telling me that 10,000 people in NASA all worked in unison to bullshit the rest of the planet? Is that even possible?
What are we talking about?
Well, going to space. Going to the moon.
Well, think about it this way.
But I'm using that as an example.
That's a lot of nuts and bolts to keep secret.
That's right. But that's a lot of nuts and bolts to keep secret. Now take that thought and associate it to Disney. Right? You have this poorly executed product, and all those nuts and bolts surely knew that this was a poorly executed product, and I'm pretty definite in my assessment in saying, yeah, they knew it was a poorly executed product. Why? Because tell me tell me any Star Wars movie before Last Jedi that ever got leaked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can definitely say that I definitely received a leak in a direct message.
Yeah.
So,
I can't think of one.
There you go.
All the prequels were under wrap. Didn't know.
Yep. So it baffles the mind. It truly baffles the mind. And going back to They Live with John Carpenter, is that while the man was absolutely spectacular in his work and his execution, the singular vision coming out of this talent and the layers that he infused in every single one of his movies, the metaphors, and sometimes the hidden messages, and there's a shitload of them, which is mind-boggling. for such a simple production. How many times have you seen stuff like this come around in the last, let's say in the last 20 years? Have you seen anything at this level? Can you even think of something off the top of your head that it would even remotely scratch the surface of this quality kind of production? I'm hard pressed to even think about it.
Yeah.
Pretty, I don't know, derelict of duty of making something good. Spend all that money to make something bad. And all basically to make a point. And I think the only point that they really proved is we just taught everyone how to make a really bad product.
Yeah, here, ladies and gentlemen, for the rest of history, is how to create a poorly executed product. A 101 lesson on what not to do. And you say, thank you, Kathleen Kennedy. Thank you, Rain Johnson, for educating us. You did a spectacular job. You will forever be associated with this product. Well done.
Well, I kind of called it like when hey Steven, how's it going, man? I called it like when I came out of The Last Jedi. It was like Kathleen Kennedy basically came and smacked the fans on the face over and over again and over again, and then came back and did it again and then left. Pretty much that's how I sum that up and how I felt about it.
And then when you were recovering, she came back and kicked you some more.
Yeah, right in the jewels. Yeah. And basically, when me and my wife, we came out of that movie, and we were all scratching our heads because me and my wife, my brother-in-law, we went and seen it the first time, The Last Jedi. Wasn't 3D; it was just regular screen, and we were in stunned silence, scratching our heads, out to the car, didn't really say nothing, and then I just kind of said, what was that? What did we just watch? And then there was more stunned silence. And yeah, mind blown at that point. Blown away.
Can you associate that experience with anything that you've seen in the time frame between the 77 and 89? Can you even come close to taking that profound disappointment and associating it to anything that you've seen?
I don't think it's ever happened, as far as I know. Things that I've liked and been disappointed.
For sure, nothing like that.
Not the profound face smacking of the fans. I can't say that I've ever really known anything quite like that.
Now let's flip it around. Can you say watching They Live and refreshing your mind? Do you come away with a profound disappointment that it mirrors so much of what we're experiencing today?
Visionary, I would say. Carpenter was visionary, and he was probably very aware of his surroundings, and that's very unusual.
I've always thought that here. Actually, I'm gonna share a screen here.
Cool. And while you're sharing it,
hey, Angela Straven.
Hey, Ange. What's really amazing is that these futurists have always been wrong, but all these artists that create story get it right.
Yeah.
These are the movies that came out in 1984 alone, because I think this is like a standout year. It had so many classic movies.
Right.
Terminator, Ghostbusters, Gremlins, Karate Kid, Neverending Story, Dune, Footloose, Temple of Doom, the Supergirl movie, the Buckaroo Banzai, like cult classic, Star Trek: Search for Spock, Last Starfighter, Romancing the Stone. There's just so many. This is just one year. Beverly Hills Cop, the first one came out that year. 1984. Like, look at,
Yep.
you don't have an era like this. Conan the Destroyer. It's like, what's another era that has this many hit movies? Children of the Corn, another.
Is that Firefox?
I think Firefox is in there somewhere too.
Yeah, right there. Clint Eastwood's Firefox. That was a great movie. I seen that in the theater.
Oh, good God, that was amazing.
That's one of those forgotten movies most people don't think about. But he was stealing a super hypersonic fast jet.
Yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street?
In Russia.
Yeah. In Russia. Yeah.
It's Revenge of the Nerds, Bachelor Party. That's a great one. I mean, there's just many movies here that, like our Friday the 13th.
2010. Holy smokes. Look at that.
Yep.
Oh, too far. Yeah, Hills Have Eyes. Oh, part 2. The original.
Tom Selleck in Runaway. Holy
Tom Selleck, right? During his height of the Magnum.
Yeah, I mean, and Gene Simmons was the bad guy. Wow.
Oh my God, that's right. Gene Simmons, bad guy in that. Jeez, yeah.
He was wickedly incredible.
Oh yeah. Yes, he was.
I took a picture of me and Gene Simmons back in 2000.
Did you really?
Yeah, I have it. I'll share it with you guys later. But just Gene Simmons in that movie alone was just a killer actor.
Yeah.
I mean, no pun intended. He was.
I was gonna say, is that a pun?
Yeah. I mean, look at this. Look at this wonderful entertainment.
I mean, these are some Starman, classic movies here. The original Repo Man. Yeah, I mean, just a lot.
I think these particular eras are gonna be known as the golden age of awesome movies.
Yeah.
You want to open a can of awesome movie? Go there.
Yeah, 1984, Cannonball Run 2. I mean, and you've got. I could probably put 1985 and 6 in Police Academy. I could probably put those in and also find equally great movies, for each year. But I just found 1984 to be like, you got Beverly Hills Cop, Police Academy, something like Temple of Doom, Dune, Buckaroo.
Oh my God, Romancing the Stone with Kirk Douglas.
Karate Kid, Romancing the Stone. Yeah, there's just a Footloose.
Ice Pirates.
So many. Yeah, Ice Pirates. I'm not as familiar with that one, but.
Oh man, you gotta check it out. You'll enjoy it. It's decent.
It's classic. It's fun.
It's got the guy that played Hantana.
Yeah.
It was a investigation Vegas police TV show.
Sheena with Tanya Roberts. How can you go wrong with that?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Oh, but you know what?
Greystoke Tarzan. That was a great movie too.
The best Tarzan depiction ever. Greystoke.
Yes.
They
What's his name from Highlander?
Yeah.
What is his name?
Lambert.
Eric Lambert. No, Christopher Lambert.
Christopher, yeah.
Yeah, Christopher Lambert.
Yeah, it's like
City Heat.
Oh.
I think that's the only Burt Reynolds and Clint Eastwood movie.
City Heat, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, a classic era of movie. Oh, Missing in Action. I love this movie growing up.
Yeah, it was a great one.
Yeah.
1 and 2. Yeah. That was a cool Chuck Norris and I mean, that was like.
I think I've seen all of those in the theater.
I didn't see them in the theater. I saw these when they were on
my
TV.
God. It's a rock and roll awesomeness. Streets of Fire. Come
Streets of Fire, yeah. Streets of Fire, actually, yeah. Streets of Fire, sure.
The music, the music by what's his name? The fat guy. I forgot the name of it. My God, I forgot the songwriter singer. The music in this was amazing.
And Streets of Fire?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was just, it was one of the most mind-blowing. This was my second. This movie was my second experience in music video movies.
Mm.
First was Grease.
Oh yeah.
Streets.
Can't go wrong with
Is Runaway the
Charles
one?
Bronson movie.
Yeah, Evil That Men Do, also a great Iron Maiden song.
Yeah.
Is the Runaway the one with robot spiders?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it does have
that's the Tom
spiders.
Selleck movie. That's the Tom Selleck movie.
Yeah, the Tom Selleck movie. Yeah, there are spiders in it. Yeah, that shoot something. Yeah. I should actually, I kind of want to watch that again. Gene Simmons is the villain, man. I want to watch that again.
I think it was Cheap Trick.
Oh, Cheap Trick?
Yeah, I think it was Cheap
Did
Trick.
the music for Streets of Fire?
Wrote the movie.
Didn't they play in it?
Yes, it did too.
Oh, wow.
I seem to recall that vaguely. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah, and
Hey, you know, it's funny that in the movie They Live, they talk about the master plan.
Do they?
The movie's imitating a small slice of reality in a pink elephant way.
yeah.
1985 here. Back to the Future, Goonies. That's another
Commando.
Clue,
That was-
Commando, Rocky 4. I mean, God, Invasion USA. Look at that. Rambo, First Blood Part 2, The Last Dragon. Again, this is 1985, the next year. Death Wish 3, Missing in Action 2. Chuck Norris was on a rage. Look at this. He had all these in just 1 year. Invasion USA, which is just a great
I
title.
remember that Death Wish 3 being particularly kind of good and kind of bloody.
Yep, I remember Death Wish 3 also.
Bronson wanted to do it, really solid.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these movies in the next year. There's so many.
Yeah, funny story is Bronson actually refused to go overseas to Italy to do these spaghetti westerns, and they defaulted to Clint Eastwood.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a ripoff of Indiana Jones right there. I don't know. King Solomon's Mine. I don't know that one.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely hilarious. There's a scene in this movie where he tells the woman Sharon Stone, right? He goes, "Okay, you take the 1,000 on the left. I'll take the 1,000 on the right." I think it was one of the best setups in that movie. How are we gonna get out of this? We gotta get out of this. Yeah, you take the 1,000 on the left. I'll take the 1,000 on the right. And Red Sonja. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, Red Sonja. Yeah.
That was Conan 3.
Oh, that was basically Conan 3. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
They should have just named it that. I guess they didn't have the rights to it, but Spies Like Us, Fletch, just one of the guys. So many 80s like classic, real genius, Weird Science, freaking classic.
And what about this? Here's a couple of 3 movies. Legend was so beautifully shot.
I love Legend.
With Tom Cruise, but then this movie, Life Force, was absolutely spectacular. The main bad guy was the hottest, nakedest woman I've ever seen, and I loved it.
I don't remember. I have to look. I don't think I've seen that movie.
Yeah, see, Patrick Stewart's in this movie.
In Life Force, really?
Yeah, the best movie ever. Space Vampires. I'm telling you, it's absolutely spectacular. But then this movie, The Quiet Earth. Holy smokes! The last 10 minutes of this movie is mind blowing. It leads you up to and just finishes you on such spectacular Asimov kind of ending. It's awesome, incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, the Quiet Earth was absolutely spectacular. They shot it. It's a low budget movie, but it's basically these people wake up and they discover everybody on Earth has disappeared.
Wow.
And what connects these people in this story is that they all committed suicide the very moment the event happened. So they were able to survive the event. And the rest of the story is just incredible. And the Asimov type ending to it, wow. I mean, it's not as on par with 2001, but it's close.
Wow.
It's close.
Oh, I definitely have to check both of these out. Then Life Force and Quiet Earth.
And you look at these movies, right? You look at all this stuff that's happening in this time period, and John Carpenter is able to hold his own.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
With his modest budgets.
Oh yeah, he was one of the guys that helped define this era.
Well, you look at this. Young Sherlock Holmes in 1985 was the very first movie to have a computer-generated character in a movie.
I remember that show. That was halfway decent.
The stained glass character that in his delusions was actually a fully computer-generated character. Very first.
Didn't they try to make a series based off of these characters?
Yeah, they tried. It didn't work out.
But I remember that movie being halfway decent.
It was nicely executed.
Care Bears movie, He-Man and She-Ra. Oh, Return to Oz. Again, probably ahead of its time, but looking back on it now, pretty unique movie that gave a very dark kind of spin on it. Fright Night, Teen Wolf, The Howling.
Yep. Oh, The Howling with Sybil Danning.
Oh man, the first Howling, that was great.
That was spectacular. That was absolutely spectacular.
Oh, Mission Quest. Huh? Yeah, there's just so many movies that, look at the Jackie Chan ruling that decade or that year. 3 movies here. Him and Chuck Norris.
Did you see the meme? It showed you The Rock with his stunt double. It showed you a couple Tom Cruise and his stunt double, and it showed you I forgot another actor in his stunt double, and then it showed you Jackie Chan.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, he's insane with the amount of stunts he demands on himself.
Apparently, the story is that he broke every bone in his body once.
Yeah, there used to be a chart. I mean, there was this is probably this is a long time ago, so it's probably changed since then. But I remember going into Blockbuster, and there was it was not Rumble in the Bronx. He had already been established, but it was one of those kind of movies after his kind of height in America. And it was like a cardboard cutout of his body, and it gave a diagram of every bone he'd broken and what movie he'd broken or what stunt he had done. It's pretty incredible. It was pretty much his entire body.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. Clue is a classic movie too.
And he apparently got his start at was it Enter the Dragon? He was one of the guys.
He was one of the guys that got beat up in Enter the Dragon.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I've seen Enter the Dragon. Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of old, really cool movies.
Yeah. And then you got the Bruce Leroy and the Show Enough of Harlem. Who's the baddest? Show Enough. Just great 80s, I don't know, but it was also the film industry. The studios gave chances and budgets, even if they were minuscule, they gave budgets to movies that nowadays would never have a chance. Yeah,
they didn't have social media to gauge the audience temperature. Mm-hmm. It's here's a well-written hero's journey. Let's produce it.
Yeah, I don't think Legend would get made today.
Oh no, hell no.
No, it wouldn't.
Hell no.
Real Genius, no. Weird Science, maybe. 80s or high school movies always seem to do well. So I think probably Breakfast Club, those kind of movies probably get made. But Chuck Norris, I don't know if his Rambo, definitely not. Toxic Masculinity, no way that would get made. Back to the Future, would that be made today?
Well, they're talking about continuing the franchise. And my question and my thoughts is don't do a remake.
Well, Robert Zemeckis had it in his contract that that he would not allow it to ever be remade. So I don't think unless he's approved it, I don't think they can remake it.
Oh, God bless him.
At least as long as he's alive. But I know that was one of the things because he's been asked about that, and he's like, that won't happen. So I don't think now could they continue it? I don't know if he would. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what the studios would have the rights to continue the story. They might be able to do that without him, but they can't remake them. as far as I know, unless he's authorized it. Because I've seen him talk about that before. Color Purple.
Yeah. You know what? The Breakfast Club is an interesting movie because I actually talked to the janitor, the actor who was the janitor in that.
Really?
Yeah, his name is Capellos. I forgot his first name. Tom, I think it was. Last name Capellos. I talked to the janitor, the guy who played the janitor in that movie. What a wonderful actor. I've had multiple conversations with him over the, who was it, 4 years ago?
What did he say about it?
Oh, he just loved it. It was one of the most wonderful experiences he ever had, and a lot of the stuff that was going on there, while it was scripted, a lot of it was ad lib too, and
A lot of it was ad libbed.
yeah, and the chemistry, it was very real. I mean, that's why it's such a great movie. It's the actors who came together. It was beautiful chemistry. It was just beautiful.
Yeah, those guys all had a lot of chemistry. The Brat Pack. They had a lot of chemistry together because they were hanging out together all the time. They were working together. They all did pretty much the same movies. So they had a lot of great chemistry. Yeah, the John Hughes 80s movies are just so fantastic in every way. He really captured not only the era, but teens, like just the nature of being a teenager.
And if
60 Candles, Breakfast Club, Weird Science.
Yeah, and
Fire.
And the strange thing is about the John Hughes movies, he positioned the beta male to be the sort of winner loser of
Ducky and Pretty in Pink.
Yeah,
Crier, freaking love that. He was my favorite character in the movie. Him and James Spader, because James Spader was just such a classic, rich '80s, sleazeball. He's played that so well. But yeah, you like root for Ducky. I didn't like Andrew McCarthy. I was like, no, let Ducky get the girl.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then of course, Weird Science. You've got both Gary and what are their names? Gary and. Crap! I can't remember Anthony Michael.
Weird Science.
Yeah, but they're both beta males, Yet they get like the hottest chick, They make Lisa. Gary and God, I can't believe I forget their name right now.
Chad's the brother. I forgot.
Yeah, Chet's the brother. Yeah. Chet, who was fantastic.
Was it Hudson? What's his name? The guy who played Hudson in Aliens.
Bill Paxton, who just unfortunately passed away. I thought he was one of my favorite actors. Bill Paxton was fantastic.
Bill Paxton and the guy from that Sam Raimi movie, Army of Darkness guy.
No, he wasn't in.
No, I'm just saying Bill Paxton and then Army of Darkness guy. Those two.
Bruce Campbell.
Bruce Campbell.
Oh yeah, Bruce Campbell's fantastic too.
Bruce Campbell. These two guys can do no wrong. They were just spectacular, just to see on screen, listen to them act, just see them move. I mean, they're man gods among us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, Gary and Wyatt. That's it. Gary was Anthony Michael Hall, and Wyatt. Yeah, they're yeah. Do you ever watch the show Burn Notice?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That was a great show.
Yeah, another Bruce Campbell's in that show. Jeffrey Donovan's great. That's another great show as well.
Hey, have you ever heard of Rubicon?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Man, I love that show. That show was great.
They cut it short.
Oh yeah, they did. But it was great.
I was looking forward to more. And what about this movie, The Explorers? They literally create a spaceship in their backyard and they go into outer space. I mean, it's how.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
How awesome as a child to watch this movie and
River Phoenix, Ethan Hawke.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Brazil. You ever seen Brazil?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, another View to a Kill, although it's probably not the best of the Bond movies. Still,
Grace Jones. Come on.
Yeah, Grace Jones. Great song.
Yeah, totally. Duran, yeah. Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
And Brazil, though, Brazil's another kind of those dystopian, far out.
Mr. Tuttle, can you sign this document, please?
Oh, and Christopher Walken is the villain. That's probably actually the best. He's kind of over the top in it, but it's great.
Oh, good God, that's amazing.
Goonies. I mean, yeah, you
asked. Hey, did you ask what the name of the news channel was in They Live?
Oh, what was it?
Cable 54 News.
Cable 54 News?
Yep, that's what the name of it was.
Holy smokes. 54 was the year the first encounter with the aliens and Roswell and all that crap.
Well, 50. Wait, well, Roswell was 48, 47.
No, sorry, 54. What was 54? 54 was a very specific year. Sorry, give me a sec. No, it was when Roswell.
Something happened.
No, there was a moment in time in 54 where they, oh shoot, I can't remember. It's either they invented the internet or it was 0 point energy, I think it was.
ARPANET? Wasn't it called the ARPANET originally?
ARPANET, yeah. But something happened in 1954. It's something profound. I just can't pin it.
Oh, it was the first commercial computer. Univac was released.
I think.
No, sorry. I'm sorry. That was 1951. Sorry, 1954. The first non-stick pan. Although that's probably not what you're talking about, but a modern technological revolution for kitchens everywhere.
Yes, that's happening.
They probably got it from the Roswell crash. That's probably where you're getting that connection.
Damn it! What are we going to do with the surface of this spaceship?
It's so slippery. You know, I bet that'd be good to cook an egg on.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Oh, and you know what? Amazing about the Goonies is if you saw it in the theaters, you would have seen the scene with the octopus. But
if you saw it in the theaters, did they cut that?
They cut the scene out. There's a whole scene in the movie The Goonies where they were attacked by the octopus, and it was cut out because it was too scary.
Really?
Yeah.
They never released like a director's cut or anything on that?
Not in English, but there. If you type in Goonies octopus scene, you will actually see it in another language.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I never knew that.
And no one would have known it if it wasn't for the little Chinese kid when everybody kind of collected at the end of the movie, in the story that is, and said, "Did you kids have fun?" He said, "Oh yeah, we saw a pirate ship, we fought an octopus, a big giant," and you're going like, "Wait a minute, what octopus?"
Vietnam War started in 54.
Oh. Yeah, Parrothead says, My Science Project. You guys remember that movie? I freaking love that movie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you go right into your school.
Yeah.
Also,
and you're going back in time. Holy smokes!
Operation Castle happened too.
What was Operation Castle?
Bikini Atoll.
Big bombs.
Detonation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nuclear test.
Oh well, yeah, that's a big major event.
McCarthyism.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So basically, Project Mockingbird and the what is it? Oppenheimer's nuclear.
The Geneva Accords.
Oh.
The Switzerland Geneva Accords.
And the start of the world government.
Yep, that's a big event right there.
Oh, jeez. So, cable news. 54 on They Live was a clue.
Yeah. What they were trying to build with the 1984 Geneva Accord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd have to look a little closer at it.
Places, yeah, Trading Places is great too.
Oh my God, Remo Williams.
Oh wow. Yeah. That was with
Fred Willard. What's his name? No, not Fred Willard.
Fred Willard just passed away.
Oh my God.
Rest in peace. 84, 80 something years old. Just today, I saw that on Twitter. Fred Willard. Yeah, Fred Willard is a great actor. Great
Plus,
guest movies and everything he was in.
I'm in talk with the rights holders of the Destroyer of this franchise, Remo Williams.
This one?
Yeah, it's mind blowing. You can actually, what's absolutely fascinating is if you actually take a moment and look at all the stuff that you see before you, you possibly can actually get in touch with the rights holders to any one of these properties.
Really?
And I'm talking to the rights holder of Remo Williams, the Destroyer.
What do you want to do with it?
Well, first of all, I just said, go, wow, yeah, I love your books, the fact that you're continuing it and all that stuff. What are you guys planning on doing with it? And they said, well, we're doing this, we're doing that, and all that stuff. And I was able to actually track down, more of the content. And it's like, wow. It's like contacting George Lucas and saying, hey, George, I love Star Wars. Are you going to be doing anything more with it? They say, yeah, I'm going to be coming out with a bunch of books and all that stuff. Here's where you can find it. If Star Wars wasn't as popular.
And bought by Disney.
And bought by Disney.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing, right? Like, forget about these big movies or these big Hollywood movies. Like, but if you look at Life Force, The Quiet Earth, what else? Not Goonies, because that's Spielberg.
Yeah.
Black Cauldron, no, that's Disney, I think it is.
Maybe the Dirt Bike Kid.
Dirt Bike Kid. Now you're thinking, right?
Yeah.
You can actually contact these people, and say, what are you doing with your story? Have you produced any more content? You can actually talk to the people. I actually talked to, ladies and gentlemen, just a month ago, I talked to Alan Dean Foster twice.
Awesome.
Once on PJ Overall Nation's channel with Robert Meyer Burnett and Paul Jenkins and a few others, and then he came onto my channel for a live stream. He was there for an hour, and we talked about stuff. I mean, it's like Alan Dean Foster, the ghostwriter of Star Wars, the writer of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. It's like, wow.
How did you get PJ got in contact with him? PJ's got a lot of hookups, huh?
Yeah, PJ initially contacted with him, and then I said, and then he told us. He said, you can contact me from my website. So I contacted him on his website, and he said, yeah, sure, I'd like to come on your stream and chat for a little while.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. I mean, I lived off of two pieces of work in the 70s. Yeah. One was the Art of Star Wars, and the second was the novel. Those were the two driving forces on how I should actually, what was it? What's the word? Conform myself when I'm creating content. I took those two pieces of work as my Bible.
See, like the Ralph McCurry stuff. Yeah,
it's like I'm just saying, like, if this is what's considered, quality, I'll take these works as my Bible, and I will strive to try to be as good as this.
Mm. Yeah.
And look, going back to They Live, the reason why we're talking about this is like, it's like Carpenter was in the sea of all this awesomeness, and he was able to stand out of all this. It's mind-boggling, including with the budget that he had on him. It's absolutely amazing.
And to be able to do it not just with like one standout movie, but multiple movies, and in most cases, probably he's responsible for helping create the slasher genre, because Halloween was pretty much the first of the slasher type movies. So, you know, he's definitely part responsible for that.
And how they came about making that mask was just a William Shatner
Taking it and painting it white.
and just melting it. It's like I'm like, holy, that's genius.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Yeah, just crazy that the chances that studios were willing to take back then, which they're not now. You know, so
Well, it seems like instead of taking the chances that they used to take on good movies, now they're taking chances on the crazy, bizarre world where nothing makes sense, and they throw money at everything and then throw gasoline on it and then throw a match.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what they do.
And they hope you sit around and have a barbecue with some marshmallows. Hope.
Coming to America, that's a funny movie.
Oh, Coming to America, yeah.
Trading Places.
Oh my God, Trading Places.
That was funny.
I haven't laughed so hard when I went to see a movie, a Native Murphy movie. That and Beverly Hills Cop were the two movies that made me laugh. So that I was laughing so hard it was ridiculous. I literally had to see Trading Places a second time because I in my gasping for air, in the jokes that were delivered for the very first time experiencing them, I actually missed a lot of dialogue.
Was you laughing too hard?
Yeah, I was in tears. And in fact, the movie audience was in tears too. And I'm turning to my brother and said, "What did he say?" He goes, "I don't know. I'm busy laughing."
Hey, that's a way to guarantee a rewatch of your movie.
Yeah, for sure.
Get them laughing so they can't hear what the next line is, so they have to see it again.
Well, it was a similar experience when what is it called? Return of the Jedi came out. Okay, I was in grade 10, and where me and my friends, we cut class and we went to see it opening day. So we were there a couple hours early. Of course, it was a blockbuster because why? Because the line went around the block and then some. And when we saw the first showing, we're like, our minds were blown. And we were going, holy shit, this was amazing. And we couldn't process it enough. And we all looked at each other and said, we got to see this again. And go, how are we going to do this? And then all together at the same time, we all said, washroom. So we went into the washroom and we were washing our hands, coming in and out of the stall for 45 minutes. But it wasn't just us. The men's washroom. See, this seems like everybody who had the same idea was in the men's washroom, doing exactly what we were doing, killing time.
You can sneak in again.
It came to the point where the manager didn't know who to kick out because the audience that was coming in for the next show started to saturate into the washroom along with the people who were there from the previous show, and he knew there's a lot of people in the washroom from the previous show, but he didn't know who, because this was past the ticket acceptance line boundary. So
right, so they couldn't tell like who had.
Yeah. So we're all of us are just passing them. The manager goes, "Thanks a lot, buddy." Yeah, we're all just walking right by him, and we know he can't kick us out because he can't prove that we didn't buy tickets for the second show. And we just sat there and watched the movie a second time, and then we went to school for the afternoon class, and the first thing we said is, "Yeah, it's his father."
Wow.
I mean, that's the kind of experience, and it's like, how do you experience something like awesome as that,
Yeah.
And the camaraderie, and not only the movie experience, but also just the Animal House type of gags that you and your friends would experience just going out having that fun, you know. It was like Animal House at that in the 80s. It was mind-boggling. I mean, come on. Have you guys experienced the multi theater, the Cineplex multi theater?
Oh yeah.
It was created here in Toronto, right? And we had the world's first Cineplex multi theater here in Toronto. And in the 80s, what did we do? We paid for one movie in the morning, and we're bouncing from theater to theater for the whole freaking day.
Yeah.
We're bouncing from theater to theater. It came to the point where the people who were cleaning between shows, they said, "Oh, hey George, hey Bill, hey." The cleaners knew who we were and what we were doing.
They just didn't care.
They didn't care.
Yeah.
they said, you know what? If they're gonna pay me minimum wage for this shit job, fuck them.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I'm not stopping any kids.
Yeah.
They were probably doing the same thing, seeing all the movies they could.
Oh my gosh! And the killer is that after high school, half a year, 1 year after high school, we were still doing the hopping. But this time around, when we went there, we were we're going like, Greg, what are you doing here? He goes, I'm the manager of this theater. And we're going, when did this happen? He goes, a couple of months ago. And we're looking at him. Okay, Greg, here's how it's going to be. We're going to walk in here. We're not going to pay a dime. We're going to be here for the entire day. and you're going to supply us as many free drinks as possible, right? And he's going like, yeah, okay, sure, come on in.
It's nice when they're agreeable, right?
He was our wingman throughout high school, and we're just all going like, dude, this is all sorts of awesome. Let's live it up. For 6 months, we were regulars every Saturday.
Wow.
At a certain point, it became ridiculous because we walk in the morning and then we leave like, say, 10 hours later, 12 hours later, and it's nighttime, and our parents would always wonder where we were because we weren't at the playground, we weren't at the pinball shop place, and they got worried, and we had to cut it out because we didn't have the heart to tell them that we went watch movies all day without paying a dime for it.
Okay, my brother-in-law is being funny. He apparently he's listening. He goes, "What? You don't like woke Doctor Who?" And I replied with a capital no. And then he replied with a laughing cat.
You want to go there, sir? You really do?
He's basically he don't like it either.
Yeah, it's woke Doctor Who will be a very simple. There'll be a very simple plot point that when somebody credible will come onto to the franchise and take over, they'll do a very simple plot point. It will be either a parallel situation where Doctor Who was regenerating and then somehow got pushed into a parallel world, or flipped with a parallel version of himself, or they'll do a Patrick Duffy from Dallas, where one morning you wake up, you go to the shower, and then you see Patrick Duffy is alive and well, and he's just taking a shower. Hey, honey, how you doing?
Oh yeah, Roadhouse.
Yeah,
awesome
Roadhouse.
movie.
Just a whole lot of different things. It's just so many ways of killing.
House the TV show or House on Haunted Hill?
House on Haunted Hill.
That movie was kind of creepy.
I remember House on Haunted Hill, yeah, the original, and then they did a remake too, I think.
Sure did.
I think they did. Yeah.
There were a lot of Hill House, Haunted. You know, there were a lot of like these movies that kind of resembled each other all around a haunted house, House on Haunted Hill, the Hill House, Hell House.
Well, they also did a movie called House with John Goodman. That was a comedy, scary movie. Oh, what's Delta Force? Oh my gosh, Delta Force.
Delta Force, yeah, Delta Force. Yeah, I mean, this is the next year now, 1986. And you've got Top Gun, Labyrinth, Ferris Bueller, Aliens, Stand By Me, Platoon, Little Shop of Horrors, Cobra, Raw Deal, Karate Kid Part 2. I mean, again, like another classic, another Cronenberg, The Fly, another Cronenberg classic, classic Jeff Goldblum there, or early Jeff Goldblum, I should say.
I got a story for you on Aliens. There's a scene in the movie where I think Hicks, is looking through the the ceiling boards and sees the aliens coming towards you through the fake ceiling, right? Between the fake ceiling. Well, that scene, right? The moment he was coming up, and then he's moving his light, and then all of a sudden it comes across, and you see these aliens swarming through the fake ceiling, right? That was a scary scene. But there was somebody in the audience who actually saw the movie prior to the showing that I was at, and he timed a yell right at that moment and scared the bejesus out of the entire audience. I mean, it was 100%. It was 100% reaction from the entire audience when he goes, "Ah!" and everybody just goes, "Ah!" And they were all scared nuts. They were flipping out. And after like 15, 20 seconds of everyone yelling and screaming and crying and feeling the shock, and then everyone started clapping. And the guy stood up as the aliens were raining down, killing the troops. This guy was taking a standing ovation, and everyone was clapping because he scared the bejesus out of the entire audience. Can you imagine watching this movie, watching Hudson and Hicks and Ripley and everybody fighting for their lives, and all you see is an audience giving us an ovation, a clap of ovation to one guy that scared the bejesus out of the entire audience.
Yeah. Gotta take away from you'd be like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, and then by the time the ovation was done, you're like, okay, what just happened?
Yeah.
Where's Hudson? What happened to Hudson? That was a great. And what about Arnold Schwarzenegger and his one-liners in all the movies?
Oh man, those are perfect.
Hey, what happened to Sully? I had to let him go. Yeah, don't bother my friend. He's dead tired.
Yeah.
He's dead tired. Yeah, he was like the king of one-liners.
Yeah, it was great.
Yep, I got them all. Yep, I have a couple of the director cuts.
Oh my gosh, there's nothing.
Oh, Gung Ho.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, I've got a few of the Lethal Weapon director cuts.
Yeah, Lethal Weapons are.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I can't believe we actually haven't seen a Lethal Weapon here. We did 84, 5, and 6. Maybe 87 was the first Lethal Weapon. I thought it was 86, though, actually. Is it here somewhere?
Yeah, I can.
No, that's Top Gun, so no, it wouldn't have been. Oh, no, Tom Cruise wasn't a Lethal Weapon. Sorry, that was Mel Gibson. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it was 87.
Let me take a look.
Oh, my God, Howard the Duck. Funny story about Howard the Duck is that George Lucas, you know Cerebus the Aardvark?
No.
Okay, Dave Sim is a Canadian artist.
87.
Lives in Kitchener. Oh, 87, cool. Dave Sim, a Canadian artist, lives in Kitchener, and he started drawing Cerebus, an aardvark. and it was a gag on Conan the Barbarian. He drew it for 300 issues, and it ended in 2004. Here's the thing: George Lucas liked Cerebus the Aardvark, and he approached Dave Sim, say, "I'd like to make a movie out of your character," and Dave Sim said no. So
Wow.
then George Lucas went to the next character, which was Howard the Duck. and every time Dave Sim tells about it, he basically ends it. He goes, "Boy, did I dodge a bullet there."
Yeah.
Oh, and what about Big Trouble in Little China?
Yeah.
That's Carpenter, isn't it?
I think it is actually. I think it might be.
Yeah, that's Carpenter. That's Carpenter. And wouldn't you know it? Kurt Russell's character role in this movie is as useful as Indiana Jones was in Raiders of the Lost Ark. If you think about it, if you remove Indiana Jones out of the movie, out of the story in Raiders of the Lost Ark, everything would have happened as it happened. He did not change the course of the actions that were taking place in the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
He did not?
No. The Nazis would have taken the Ark. They still would have put it on a Nazi submarine. They would have taken it to the island. They will still open themselves.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess that's true. He didn't really affect anything.
No, and nothing. Absolutely nothing.
He just kept getting in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He was getting in the way of the narrative that was already set in stone.
Well, Marion might have died, because if he hadn't said, "Marion, close your eyes, don't look at it," then she might have looked at it. So he saved Marion's life.
Yeah. Right at the end. He came at the end. Close your eyes, Marion. I go like, holy smokes. Yeah, but Kurt Russell in Big Trouble in Little China, I mean, it's like everyone around him is actually doing something except for him. He's trying to actually pull the knife out of his boot so he can become useful. And then when he doesn't pull the knife out of his boot, everybody around him is already dead or punched out. That was classic.
Yeah.
That was classic.
Big Trouble in Little China. Very good movie. I even like Universal Soldier because it had Kurt Russell in it.
Oh my God, that was amazing. Hey, wait a minute. Universal Soldier is actually in the same universe as another movie. Oh, I forgot which one it is. Universal Soldier was in the same universe as another movie at that particular time.
Bloodsport?
No.
Universal Soldier was like a sci-fi. You know, they also said that Big Trouble in Little China, in a lot of ways, is kind of an unofficial sequel in the same vein as Buckaroo Banzai. I guess they wanted to make a sequel, but they couldn't really figure out what to do. And then they had a script partially created, and it basically, Big Trouble in Little China kind of turned out to be what the Buckaroo Banzai sequel kind of would have been.
Oh wow, I've seen the Buckaroo Banzai.
Oh yeah, it's a good
that
old.
Had wasn't that
Peter Weller?
Peter Weller.
Yeah.
Lithgow.
Goldblum, John Lithgow. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Weller played the bad guy in one of the Star Treks.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I thought that was great.
Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, Christopher Lloyd.
He plays a really good bad guy.
Yeah. He just played a good bad guy.
You know, it's amazing that the level of talent that are in these wacky movies. I mean, these offbeat, completely crazy movies. It just blows my mind. You know, here's the thing. Look, Rodney Dangerfield in the movie. What's it? Going back to school. Is it Back to School?
Back to School, yeah. Rodney Dangerfield, yep.
Yeah, there's one gag in that movie where he's talking to the English teacher, and he's asking her out. She says, "No, I can't." He goes, "Why not?" Okay, how about this? No, I got class. He goes, "Okay, how about this time?" He goes, "No, I got class." "Okay, why don't you call me when you got no class?"
Yeah, why don't you come? You got no. I do remember that. Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
Class.
those of you that are subscribed to Curtis YZ, check to see if you're still subscribed. Because I just checked and I was not subscribed.
Damn YouTube.
Also, one of the only 80. Well, I guess not. I guess there were like three of them. One of the 80s movies that William Zabka plays another blonde-haired villain, bully. William Zabka is the actor who plays Johnny in The Karate Kid, also Cobra Kai, series, and he played a villain in that movie in Just One of the Guys, which we just looked at, 1985, and he plays the villain in the Back to School. Plays a bully in every one of those movies.
Oh yeah,
and he's in European Vacation as kind of the American boyfriend that Chevy Chase's daughter has. That's
yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. He pretty much got typecast as the '80s blonde-haired bully in those for those few years.
As an addition, the Karate Kid, the continuation on the YouTube Prime channel is like a 101 on how to actually continue a franchise and respect the original content. If you haven't seen the Karate Kid season 1 and 2,
the Cobra Kai season
Cobra Kai, sorry, yeah, Cobra Kai.
Oh, I love them.
Oh my God.
The exact perfect way to do a continuation legacy story.
Incredible. They respected the original content and they brought you out new works. It's incredible. It's amazing. It's spectacular.
Yeah.
And come on, guys. How about Crocodile Dundee? Holy smokes, that's not nice.
Good movie.
Crocodile Dundee, yeah.
Knife. Oh my God, that was such a great movie. Everyone, it's that moment. Even my parents would say, "Hey, George, would you like some shrimp on the Barbie?" I'm like, "Oh my God, Mom."
Yeah, I know. It became, synonymous with Australia.
Yeah, and when he says, "I'm going to go for a little walkabout," it's like, when I actually, I think I used it once on my parents. I'm going, "Hey George, what are you doing?" "I'm going to go for a little walkabout," and my mom says, "Oh no, you don't. You're going to be back here for lunch, young man." And that's in 54 minutes. "Oh, but Mom," and she goes, "Lunch." That was toast.
Yeah, normally if I was going out in a little walkabout, I probably wouldn't be back till sundown. Because, there's miles and miles and miles of woods that you got to investigate, and the creek and a fishing pole.
Exactly, or you bring your old little Smith & Wesson mini rifle with pellets in it and just do some shooting. Oh, it's like back in the day. One thing I recall in this list of movies is Labyrinth, and
that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Labyrinth, yeah.
This movie, right along with Streets of Fire and Grease, it was like a musical in a sense, because it was all David Bowie, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But the level of work from the Jim Henson team on these characters, it was like, it wasn't Star Wars, it wasn't Fraggle Rock or Sesame Street. This was a whole new level of fantasy coming to life. That was incredible. I mean, that opened up worlds in your mind's eye, just alone in the visuals on that and the storytelling on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. These martial arts movies that are listed are across the bottom. The mid '80s were the high point of the ninja movies,
Yeah.
and the funniest thing I ever got out of them was that these ninjas were all wearing black and they were going around doing ninja stuff in the daytime.
Yeah.
I mean, they stood out. It was ridiculous how obvious they stood out. I go like, how the hell do you sneak around wearing an all black outfit and a couple of swords?
It wasn't until what was it 1989, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie with the Foot Clan, that they only operated at night.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was a great movie, that first one.
That was actually. And what about this movie, The Wraith, with Charlie Sheen? I mean, that was just a straight out revenge movie. That was amazing. Just a straight out.
Oh, The Wraith here?
Yeah, The Wraith, pure 100% revenge movie. The guy gets killed, and he comes back with a new face in a kick-ass car, and he just kills everybody that's had a hand in killing him. It was a great ending. It was a great movie. Great ending too. He literally hands the keys to the car, the kick-ass car,
Yeah.
to a kid at the end of the movie. It's like, yes. And the music was good too. The music was rock and roll awesome.
There was a lot of really cool movies like Wraith back then. I mean, there's a similar caliber, and story-wise, Firefox was one of those with the jet and the technology and all that stuff. The car and Wraith, that really fast car.
Yep.
Man, it was. I guess you could say it was like a parallel with Christine concept, only it was a dude that was wrongfully murdered, basically.
Yeah.
Great storyline.
Yeah, I mean, when was Knight Rider? It was the mid '80s that
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Knight Rider and Airwolf came out.
Yeah, Knight Rider, Airwolf, and Magnum were. Magnum might have been a little bit earlier, but they were all. Oh, it all progressed through the '80s, about the same time period.
Yeah, it's like
early mid '80s.
And like, what do you have with Airwolf? It's like, Airwolf and Blue Thunder. What do you have with these?
Blue Thunder movie and TV show was good.
Yes, and look at the forward thinking stuff that they had in those movies. Now it's like ubiquitous in the stuff that's already out there. I mean,
doesn't what's his name? David. What's the character's name? What's Knight Rider's? What's his name in that?
Hasselhoff.
Yeah, but what's the character name?
Oh, I don't remember.
Michael. It's Michael. Doesn't Michael talk to Kit through like basically an iWatch?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
That's the first version of like an iWatch.
Yeah, he was the one to wear to watch that he talk into it, and Kit would come basically save him.
Yeah.
Give him an escape route.
Michael, I am coming, Michael. Yeah. Kit was basically Siri, an advanced version of Siri.
Or I remember a scene in Knight Rider where they were driving across the country, and Michael was asleep, but with his head tilted against the window, and the police sort of chase him down, and Michael wakes up and goes, "What's going on?" And Kid says, "I suggest that when you get out of the car, you keep your head tilted when you talk to the police officer." So when the police officer pulls them over, Michael Knight gets out of the car with his head tilted. "What's wrong, officer? Everything okay?" "What's wrong with your neck, son?" Like, this is how, my neck is blah, blah. And he goes, "Okay, kid, move along.
Hey, yeah, you gotta admit, man, Murder, She Wrote, that was some really good stuff, mysteries. Really good mysteries.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Agatha Christine, Angela Lansbury.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was incredible. The interesting thing is with Murder, She Wrote is that the way Agatha Christine wrote her stories is that she wrote them with a timestamp in her scripts, so she can keep up with where everybody was at a particular time. That's the only way she could keep track of everything. Yeah, that totally blew me away. And you know what? Blue Thunder with Roy Schneider. You know, the thing that freaked me out about Blue Thunder was when the first Gulf War happened, and George Bush Sr. sent his army into shock and awe. What did CNN or the news channels show you? They showed you like tens and hundreds of Blue Thunders making their way across the desert.
Wow.
It's like I'm going, holy shit. Blue Thunder's real. I thought it was just a movie prop.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, earlier I didn't know whether Wes or not was going to be on the show, but he said he was out and about doing some things, and I haven't heard from him. So hope he's being safe and taking care and all that.
You know, going back to Angela Lansbury, you know, if you really think about it, the 80s also had Cagney and Lacey, and they had a whole bunch of other women in lead roles, and no one cared. I mean, the audience enjoyed it. There was no agenda. There was no, you know, oh, we've got to, you know, even out the playing field. And when you hear
very true, yeah.
When you hear Kathleen Kennedy say, "Oh, you know, we've got to make the force female," it's like somebody just did a meme today, or saw a meme today of Kathleen Kennedy. You know, there's not enough women who appreciate Star Wars, and then there's a guy who collected a whole bunch of pictures of women pretending to be Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, destroys that narrative right away.
That was a dead on arrival. Good God! All these wonderful movies.
Yeah, just one thing I've noticed about Wes. The more liquor he gets in him, the better he sounds when he talks. He doesn't sound like he's got liquor in him at all. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing thing, I gotta say.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, because he had a live stream scheduled and he hasn't gone live yet. I'm thinking maybe he fell asleep.
Yeah, because it's
finally catching up.
Because we had a conversation live stream the other day. I used to go to the Silver Bullet Bar and hang out, and I used to go to PJ's Bar and Grill and hang out there. And back then, me and my cousins were going back when I think I just turned 21, but we were hanging out there before that. And the owner knew damn well that I wasn't 21, because she knew that I knew her son, because I went to high school with her son. And she knew that I was going to be 21 soon, so she basically allowed me to get away with it until I turned 21. And so basically, we had free drinks every night, and she liked us there because we were pretty big guys, me and my cousins, and we discouraged a bad element from coming into there, because it wasn't a huge bar and grill, but it was a decent sized little dance floor, stuff like that. Free drinks, and we'd mop her floor for her, and we're done. Just show our gratefulness. But there were some times, you know, I was wondering how the hell we got back to the house, because there was lots of beer involved. not just at the bar, before the bar, after the bar, then more after the bar when we got back to the house. It's one of those kinds where you wake up the next day, you drink some water, and you're instantly intoxicated. I mean, really intoxicated.
Yeah.
You're getting messages from your liver. Hey, hello, you need to take it easy.
What you do to me?
We're suffering down here. So yeah, it was that kind of drinking. Oh man, I don't know how I did that. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, I was actually 21 because we were hanging out a few months at that place, and then we hung on after it. And then the owner of the bar kind of made a joke after she took a look at my license after I turned 21, because I said it was my birthday when I was 21, and she goes, yeah, you think you're slick. And that was her way of saying, yeah, I already kind of knew. You know, cool little watering hole. People tend to know who's who.
Yeah, that's the gag. We didn't have a similar experience like that. We would go to the local arcade club place. It was half of it was pool hall. The other half was Space Invaders, and was it Mission Command, and I forgot the last one, Asteroid. And we would spend $5 and quarters every day, and my mom and dad and my friends' moms and dad they all came together and they did a big powwow and they said, "What the hell is going on? Where's the $5 going?" It doesn't take $5 to buy a McDonald's and fries at that particular time, and when they caught us playing video games, they were pissed. They were super pissed. And after getting a big smackdown, my mom said, "Okay, look, how about we buy you a Coleco or an Atari, and you can play your video games here at home, okay? And just put any money in the piggy bank." So they got us on Atari first. It was fun, and we loved it. I mean, it was video game all day and all night, and well, whenever we could, right? And it came to a point at the end of the year when we went to get to open up the piggy bank. It said, "Okay, it looked like the piggy bank was half full." No, my mom and dad would go into the closet and bring out 4 more piggy banks, 4 or 5 more piggy banks. What they did was they got 6 identical piggy banks, and as they got full, they would swap it out. We would never notice because we just keep dropping quarters into it so we can play the video games. And at the end of the year, it's like we had maybe, was it $150 in change that it was very, very difficult to carry to the bank to change into dollars. So what do you think we were smart enough to take that money and say upgrade to a better system? Nope. We blew it. I don't know what it was, but we didn't blow it on video games or buying more video games. We just blew it. We weren't smart enough. I wasn't smart enough to hold on to that money. $150 back in the mid '80s. That was awesome.
Oh man, yeah. As a kid or a teenager, you'd never save that or do anything with that. You'd spend it immediately.
Yeah, especially during Christmas too. It just mind blowing. Yeah, the only video game that I ever actually spent of my own money was Nintendo 64.
I had what was it? It was called a Galaxy. It was very similar to Atari. It was a video game machine, and it had something that was called it had Pickaxe Pete. It was similar to Donkey Kong. had a little keyboard, and most didn't have keyboards.
I remember that.
I think, was it called the Galaxy?
No, it wasn't. It was Coleco.
No, it wasn't Coleco. It was their competitor, but it didn't make it. It was one of those things that it was very high end too, very expensive. But it was one of those things that came out and then it didn't make it. Coleco, Atari, those were the ones that won out and stuff like that.
Well, I remember E.T. on the Atari. What a disappointment! If you can imagine a very, very terrible bitmapped character running across the screen that pretends to be E.T. and the graphics were so poorly executed and the gameplay was so poorly created. I mean, we actually spent money buying E.T. What we didn't know at the time, and we only find out in a documentary just in the last 5 years, is that game was so poorly reviewed, so poorly executed, that they actually took the entirety of the inventory and they put it into a landfill. And now, of all things, after 30 plus years, there's archaeologists trying to find that particular landfill. Yeah, I'm not making this stuff up. It's silly. There's people looking for this landfill of destroyed ET Atari video games.
Or are they thinking they'd still be playable, or what's?
I have no idea what their motivation is, but if it's anything like say, if you recall, there was a Kenner Darth Vader action figure where the lightsaber was retractable. There wasn't a lot of these, and one of these on eBay went for several $1,000s.
Wow!
Can you imagine finding, an Atari ET game that's possibly in mint condition and putting it on eBay?
Yeah, that would go for, I'm sure, a lot of money.
It's probably gold. Somebody's garbage is somebody's gold.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, was a one man's garbage is another man's treasure.
Just unbelievable. John Carpenter's still alive, isn't he?
Jeez. For some reason, I think he passed away.
It better not be the Mandela.
Oh, no. Yeah, right. I know. No, I think he is still alive. I believe he is still alive because I think he worked on the last Halloween movie. I'm pretty sure he just worked on the most recent Halloween movie. That was like his big comeback to the Halloween franchise. So yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah,
Yes, he is.
In the spirit of watching the latest Halloween movie, I rewatched all of them, including the new one.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, without Donald Pleasant,
I know.
And
Dr. Loomis, such a great character.
And without what's her name, Crosby. Is that her last name?
Who? Which one?
The chick.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis, right?
Okay. Well, she was in the newest one.
Yeah, I know, but it's like Donald Pleasance and Jamie Lee Curtis and Michael Myers.
Mm-hmm.
Great. You remove one of these characters out of the movie, it's not as I don't feel it as it would be as awesome. It's just Donald Pleasance, man. What a presence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
That guy's great.
Yeah, he definitely carried a lot of weight in that movie.
I mean, the guy as the president in Escape from New York.
Yeah.
You gotta laugh, man. They're putting him in the eggshell to escape. He goes, Good luck.
A number one. Yeah.
Oh, he was Blofeld in the original Blofeld in Bond too.
Yeah.
Donald Pleasance, and you only live twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are talking about game systems. This was one of the game systems that was competing with, I believe it was Coleco and Atari when they first came out. And this thing, it was made. I didn't even remember it was made by Magnavox, but it's Odyssey microprocessor is what it's called, and it had a game called Pickaxe Pete that was very similar to Donkey Kong.
Wow.
And it didn't win because it was number one. It was really expensive. This thing's selling for $87 still, and that's kind of high for a used, about the same age as the old Atari machine.
Yeah. How much is it selling for?
$87, I think.
Mm.
Used.
Yeah, I didn't even know about that system, Odyssey. I really remember that.
It I don't think it was marketed very good because it just didn't get no game makers, I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Malcolm McDowell. That's right. RR. Malcolm McDowell played Loomis in the zombie version. Yeah, I wasn't as crazy about the zombie version. The first one was all right. I don't know. It lacked a lot of the, charm. It's weird to say charm for a movie like Halloween, but it lacked a lot of the charm of the Carpenter movies, and and even 4, 5, and 6, Return of Michael Myers, Revenge of Michael Myers, even Halloween H2O.
Yeah, that was Rob Zombie, wasn't it?
No, H2O wasn't.
Yeah, okay.
But it's when they rebooted the franchise with Zombie, and then Carpenter now, the most recent Halloween, he again came back, and pretty much this Halloween was supposed to take place after Halloween Part 2, so they kind of acted as though none of the other movies ever happened, and they kind of retcon. They kind of retconned the whole franchise, and since Carpenter did 1 and 2, and then that was it. Since he did this new one, because Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis came back in Halloween H2O, and then came back in the one after that where they kill her off. But now, this movie, that now that she's alive in it, they're acting as though those movies never happened. So this takes place right after Halloween Part 2, and it's supposed to be, the original Carpenter storyline. Kind of what they did with Superman Returns with Brandon Routh. That was supposed to take place after Superman 2, because he was playing the same Superman as Christopher Reeve. So it was like one storyline, and they kind of pretended like 3 and 4 never happened.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's exactly what I got out of it. After watching all of those films to lead up to the latest film, I'm thinking, I watched the latest one, I'm like, oh my God. That was the exact feeling I had. I could have just saved myself all that viewing. It wasn't even a prerequisite. It was ridiculous. I mean, Friday the 13th of all movies, while it was crazy, stupid, and fun to watch, and they rebooted it so many times, you can still appreciate every single one of those movies. But in Halloween, it's like, oh, come on, guys. Throw me a bone here,
Yeah, some of the latter. I mean, H2O was okay. Yeah, I liked H2O. The ones after that I did not like. The first Zombie was okay, but then I kind of enjoyed the most recent one. I think because it had Carpenter's touch, his touch back into it because he produced it. So I didn't mind it. I thought that Laurie Strode was, she was kind of like a crazy, secluded survivalist, which makes sense based on what she went through. In H2O, it was kind of like she was sort of okay, but had some emotional, she kind of had PTSD. But in this movie, she was like an all-out like survivalist. She built her own bunker underground, like a death trap for in case anything ever happened. I bought it. I was like, yeah, this is probably pretty realistic for someone who went through what she went through.
She reminded me a lot of what's it called, Sarah Connor.
Yes, for sure. Very Sarah Connor. Yeah.
And that was an interesting thing in the back of my head. It's like I'm wondering, Okay, well, we have Sarah Connor. We have the Halloween chick. I forgot her name. The character name.
Laurie Strode.
I love it, right? And then you have Ripley, and you have even Gina Davis in that pirate movie, and all these women heroes. Even Linda Carter, for crying out loud, and Jamie Summers.
Ripley. I mean, did you mention Ripley? Yeah.
Even Jamie Summers, the Bionic Woman, Lindsay.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like you had.
She was my favorite.
Oh, Linda Carter. I mean, that's going back to the 70s as well. Wonder Woman.
Yeah, but it's like you think about it. You have all these great women heroes, and no one paid attention other than, wow, these are great heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And you compare that to today, and it's like, it's like there's just a willful ignorance with these producers and directors. They're so focused on getting their narrative out, they will literally try to willfully change history.
And even when they weren't like the heroes of the movie, I mean, Lois Lane in Superman 1 and 2 specifically, she was a pretty badass. Superman needed to save her a couple times, but she pretty much was taking risks, going out for the story. I mean, she wasn't taking crap from anyone. She was a strong female character, strong New York reporter. Well, I mean, Metropolis, but it's basically New York.
Yes, absolutely. Lois, one of the greatest strong female characters that ever existed in fiction.
Yeah.
And what about Jane? Me, Tarzan, you, Jane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, Jane wasn't a push around in Tarzan novels at all. And when it was done right, Jane was a kick-ass participant in the Tarzan films.
Even some of the Bond girls, Pussy Galore, she didn't take any shit.
No.
Barbara Bach's character
you did not want her to get her legs wrapped around your neck.
Yeah, I mean, Pussy Galore. What's Barbara Bach's character in Spy That Loved Me? I mean, she was a spy, equally, not equally skilled, because obviously Bond's Bond, but skilled as well. I mean, Octopussy. There were a lot of strong female Bond characters. They weren't all the damsels in distress that just always fell for Bond. I mean, although they did always fall for Bond, but they were also pretty strong.
Well, you know what? The only I'm really pressed hard to think about if there was an actual Bond chick that was always in distress, other than was it View to a Kill? What's the chick? The
blonde in it.
The blonde in it.
Yeah, she was. Yeah,
she was the only.
But that's okay, because they made it up with having Grace
Jones, right?
Yeah, Grace Jones. She was a strong, badass character.
So it's like they
evened it out.
Yeah, and so and when I hear that, Bond, we're gonna, feminize Bond and all that stuff, and I'm like, you bastards, you evil bastards. How do you? It's like what they did back in the mid 2000s with what's that franchise, Bewitched, when they did Bewitched with Will Ferrell.
The movie. Will Ferrell and right.
Nicole
Kidman.
Yeah. They literally did not respect the original content.
No, not at all.
And it's at that point, it's like you can't do that.
Well, they were doing, the mid 2000s were the time of taking all these 60s and 70s shows and making spoofs out of them. You had a lot of
that with Starsky and Hutch. That kind of takes me off a
little. What's the one with it's an 80s show, but what's his name? Johnny Depp show from the 80s. Not Jump Street.
Yeah, 21 Jump Street.
Yeah, 21 Jump Street. Yeah, it was Jump Street. Yeah, 21 Jump Street. They were making a lot of these shows that were, taken kind of seriously back then, and then they kind of made spoofs out of them. I mean, Charlie's Angels wasn't really a spoof, but that wasn't really a spoof, I'd say. But a lot of them, they did take them and make them spoofs.
Well, one of the great movies that was actually
Chips. They made a Chips movie too, which was kind of spoofy.
they did, but one of the great movies that they actually took the original black and white, The Blob, and they did an updated version of The Blob, and it was a great movie.
Oh, the Blob. Well, but they did that. Wasn't that in the 80s when they redid that?
It did, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, that was because the 80s they were still doing good stuff back then.
Oh yeah,
It's more nowadays that they, I mean, they took like the Magnum TV show that they made. It's just not nearly what Magnum. I was.
Oh, you seen that too?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm a big Magnum fan, like
I
big
was not a
time
fan of the
original
new one.
Magnum fan. And the new show is just really bad. Hawaii Five-O is okay. I kind of like Hawaii Five-O. I thought they did a pretty good job with that one.
They did, and you know what? I watched Hawaii Five-O from the very beginning. And,
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, there's in one season opener, McGarrett was in a church and he was contemplating, and he turns around and he's having a conversation with McGarrett from the 1960s.
Yep, the original. Yeah, who plays his dad? I think in the show, right?
Oh no, it wasn't his dad. It was the actual actor.
The actor. Yeah, I thought he played his dad in the show. Who's dead? And
No, it wasn't.
oh, okay.
But here's the thing: they use a computer generated character in shadow, right? But not too much in shadow that you didn't know it was the actual actor from the 1960s,
Mm-hmm.
Hawaii Five-O, right? So or 70s Hawaii Five-O, and what really blew me away is that they were brave enough to actually, respect the original content and try to bring the original actors from the original series and spread them across the entire run.
Yeah, to link it, right?
And it's like I'm going like, wow, holy smokes! I'm going like, hey, that was the original this character, that was the original that character. It's like, and they were all playing, guest appearances and all that stuff, and they were, they were brave enough to, and secure enough. They didn't have an ego and stuff like that. And you know what freaked me out is they did something similar on the CW with the Flash.
Yes, they have him play his dad
In the Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they brought back Brandon Roth as Superman. They brought Snipes as the Flash of the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
The Birds of Prey of the mid 2000s series.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the original Robin from the 60s Batman?
Burt Ward was in that?
Burt Ward was in it too.
Wow.
It was like
they brought Tom Welling back from Smallville.
They had Tom Welling as well. It's like, I go, wow. And they even had Ezra Miller as the
yes, I saw,
movie,
yeah, quick scene of the Flash,
the Snyder Universe Flash.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I'm going like, wow, this is what great TV is supposed to be like. This was like the 80s all over again, where they had fun. They broke barriers and they had fun.
Yeah, and that's one thing that they didn't do with the Magnum show is they didn't have Tom Selleck in any way connected to this. And he has long said that if they ever wanted to do a Magnum reboot or something new, he would very much want to be a part of it. And they didn't ask him. He has nothing to do with this new show, and it really, makes me angry because he is so Magnum. He basically gave up a movie career. He was cast as Indiana Jones and told him no because he had already honored his contract with Magnum and decided to film the show, to do the right thing, not break his word. Ironically, he could have done both because they were filming in Hawaii, and he could have done both. But still, it's a stand-up thing to do. And then they're going to take the show and reboot it and not have anything to do with him. The original idea for the show was going to be his daughter, which is okay. You have the whole female thing, but if it would have been him involved in it, and if he would have played Magnum and he would have been a producer on it, I would have been okay with it being a female, his daughter, because it's him involved. So if he's okay with it, I'm okay with it. But this crap they're putting out now has nothing to do with him, and it's it's just crap.
Yeah, it's just a money grab.
Yep, just a money grab. It's not Magnum. It's nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and they even did a MacGyver.
Yes, they did, which was also pretty bad.
Yeah, but the one, even as silly as it is, they actually merged MacGyver, Magnum, and Hawaii Five-O universe all intermixed. And that kind of blew me. You know why it surprised me is because during the run of the X-Files, there was also a TV series called Picket Fences. And there was a storyline in the X-Files that about cows delivering babies, right? Or human babies.
Wow.
And they wanted to continue that storyline on Picket Fences. They were ready to do it, but the executives said no. So what they ended up doing was they removed Scully and Mulder out of the story, and they did the actual storyline in Picket Fences with the continuation of this from the X-Files, and they just had a one-line takeaway. Hey,
oh, that's cool.
Didn't something like this happen? He goes, yeah, but that was in the other county.
Ah, so they tied it. Yeah, they tied it together.
That's how easy they were able to tie it in.
Yeah,
it was ridiculously incredible, simple.
Yeah, yeah. When they do it right, connecting the universes is pretty good when it's done right.
Yeah.
But to try to connect MacGyver, which was just laughable, Magnum, which angers me, and then Hawaii Five-O, which I like. It's not done right, because you got Hawaii Five-O, which, like you said, they had the first scene that has the original actor, so they're trying to connect it, and then you're trying to connect that with Magnum and MacGyver, which have nothing to do with the original shows.
Right.
It shows a disconnect. It's not going to flow because you have one show it's trying to honor something while the other ones are just trying to cash grab.
Well, even was it Battlestar Galactica, the new one, honored the actors of the past.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That was amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did it right too.
As silly as it was, the A-Team honored the actors of the past as well.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, the A-Team. That's right. That's another movie they kind of spoofed, but it wasn't as bad.
I thought the A-Team movie was less campy than like Starsky and Hutch,
mm-hmm.
and it was less campy than Dukes of Hazzard and less of that slapstick. I thought it was. I kind of liked it.
Yeah.
I kind of hoped it would do another one.
Come on, that scene with the tank. It's like, what's going on? They're flying a tank.
Yeah.
I mean, that was amazing. That was
it's like A-Team. It fit the A-Team.
That whole scene right there, them trying to fly the tank. That just that had me laughing so hard. Every time I would play it back off of my DVD, that's the scene I would skip to if I just wanted to just do a refresher on that movie.
And it was a good cast. Liam Neeson was really good for that role. Bradley Cooper was perfect for the face. Rampage. I mean, I couldn't pick a better Mr. T. Than Rampage, and it was cast pretty well too. So
and that guy from that science fiction movie in South Africa.
Yeah. I forget his name, but yes, yeah, he was good too as Murdoch.
Yeah.
Great character.
Yeah, I mean it was cast well. They did a pretty good job with the A-Team movie.
I thought the flying scene. I thought that was a nice homage when they knocked him out. Because remember,
because he doesn't fly.
He don't fly.
Yeah, he doesn't fly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean they did that pretty well.
Yeah, and they actually, gave him the phobia of flying in the movie. Why he hated flying.
Yeah, you get a little backstory as to why.
That was cool. That was cool. And you know what? As silly as it is, too bad. There's no way for them to remake. What do you call it? Knight Rider. There's no way they could do a remake or a continuation of Knight Rider because now everybody is literally driving a Knight Rider type car.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, just plug in your iPhone or your iPad into the car system, and you're done.
Yeah.
It's Knight Rider. I mean, the majority of the cars right now have a built-in option to self-drive and self-park.
Yeah, they'd have to really they'd have to deal with that and write it into the show as as kind of a joke or something that that other cars could do this kind of stuff. But yet Kit is I guess AI, so technically it's still more advanced. But they would have to deal with that if they were ever to try to do a Knight Rider show. Yeah. It would be tough to redo that these days.
Yeah, it's like Dr. Evil saying, "Well, I'm going to hold the world ransom for $1 million." Well, we make that in the first quarter.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's almost like laughable. Yeah. Well, Kit would be a female voice now, right? Because you'd have to do that. So Kit would be a female voice, and then they'd probably have to. What they would do is they'd make the car do something that's like it would like transform or something. It would do something that's even beyond the capabilities of what we can imagine now. That's what they'd have to do, and then it would be stupid because it would defeat the purpose of what.
Yeah, I see that. RR. Thanks. Wes was missing in action, but he passed out and he just woke up.
God bless him.
Well, I think I might call it a stream here, guys. I've been streaming since basically 4, so I'm pretty beat.
All right, let's call it a day.
Yeah.
Unless Wes was going to jump on and he could take my place. I don't know if he's.
Oh, he's going live on his channel.
No, he's going live. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. This is the second longest stream I've ever.
Yeah, this is up there. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this was a fantastic talk, George. It was so nice to talk with you and meet you.
Likewise.
Definitely.
Hold on a minute. I gotta find something. I got too many tabs open. Oh man, where'd it go? Let's see. There you are. Nope, that's not it.
You're looking for the number 42?
I have an error tab. It's gone, but the sound's still there. There it is. There we go. That was really weird. The tab completely disappeared, but yet there was still sound. And the only way I could see the tab was that there was a little speaker, and that was it. That was weird. I've never seen it do that before.
Quick, look for Bigfoot. I think your luck is changing.
Oh. Hey, Tommy's back in the chat.
Hey, Tommy. Yeah, we're about to wrap it up because basically this has been a 4-hour and 26-minute stream.
Yeah.
On John Carpenter's They Live.
Yeah, right.
John Carpenter's They Live, yeah.
Started They Live and went into warp drives and history and all kind of stuff.
A little bit of everything, including the pink elephant.
Movies, pink elephants.
Yeah. You can't forget the pink.
Now, just as long as the pink elephants don't rain from the sky, then I think everything will be all right.
That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. So I predict. Interesting thing about the pink elephant is that, it's an eye-opening. It's an awakening. It's It's unusual. It's unusual to think that something so simple, so evil, and so blatant in terms of execution could be the downfall of the people who executed it. It's like karma on a worldwide level.
Indeed.
Let's see if the AI can figure that out.
Yeah, when you got pink elephants and pink rhinoceroses and pink giraffes wandering around, pretty soon there's going to be a bunch of really large pink animals making themselves very, very obvious, saying, "Woohoo! Look at me! I'm over here." So yeah. So with that, George, where can they find you?
At GeorgePeterGatsis.com. It's a very simple place. It's a humble website.
And thank you, Tommy, for putting our links in the chat. You are awesome.
Thank you for being with us for such a long time. What a great moderator.
Oh, Tommy is, I mean, yeah, just unbelievable. I think he's the Terminator, the moderator.
Yeah, the moderator. The Wrenchinator.
The Wrenchinator.
Yeah, that's it.
Wrenchinator, the Fandom Menace.
Well, it's been a wonderful experience. Thank you for having me on. Thank you to PJ for recommending me to connect with you all.
Awesome.
It's
awesome when friends recommend you.
Yeah.
Thank you, PJ. Thank you.
Yeah, PJ. Yeah. Yeah, it's been great talking to you.
This was a great experience.
Well, we definitely should do it again.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Pretty much Saturdays. It depends on when. If Scotty's available early, we'll start around 6:30, 6:45, maybe 7. I do that for him because when he wants to hop on, because he's got some late hours, sometimes early hours, late hours. Because sometimes he's waking up and we're getting off the live stream.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and so I try to accommodate my friends in their time zones. And so, what did you work on recently, Final?
Let's see. My most recent video was the casting of Sasha Banks in The Mandalorian, and now they've added another cast member to The Mandalorian. So
Ooh.
I don't know. Yeah, I actually don't have the name, but they announced it's a really good actor too. What's his name? Let me give me 1 second. It's like Oliver, not Oliver. Timothy something. Timothy Overlay. Timothy Overlay. Who he's been in a lot of stuff, but he was in Gone in 60 Seconds was one of the big movies he was in. He was in that show, Santa Clarita Diet. I think that was the most recent show he was on. I think that just got canceled, but it was on for like 3 seasons. Timothy Overlay, I believe, is his name. If you guys see his picture, you probably know him. But now he's cast in Mandalorian. I don't know who he plays yet. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Sasha Banks plays Sabine from Rebels. That was what my video was kind of about. So that was the most recent thing I did. But yeah, Mandalorian's got like every couple days they're announcing like a new cast member, and it just seems to be they're casting everyone in this show. So I don't know how season 2 is going to be. Hopefully it's not too, overdone, or I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I think that they're trying very, very hard to bring back the audience.
Yeah. I just hope they don't try too hard, because season 1 was good. It brought a lot of people back in and gave some hope to Favroni, Favreau and Filoni. So we'll see. But that was my most recent video.
Those two names said together is Favreau and Filoni. It's an unusual, unusual ring to it.
I know, yeah. Yeah, Tommy said Tamora Morrison. He was also, I think I don't know. Everyone says he's going to play Boba Fett, which he may, but I have a feeling he might play Rex. I think they're trying to bring a lot of Rebels into this series because it's Rebels ends at the same time period that this is kind of begins. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays Rex. They're bringing Ahsoka into it. If Sasha Banks plays Sabine, they could have half the cast of Rebels right there. So
they would bring Ezra into a whole.
Well, Ezra would also be in, yeah, because he was where Sabine and Ahsoka had taken.
Wait a minute, Ezra took off with
right,
the blue guy.
Yeah, Zahn, not Timothy, not Timothy, Thrawn, Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah.
So I mean, technically, they could bring Thrawn into it at some point as well. We'll see. But I think they're going to try to tie things together, and I think they want to do what they wanted to do with Solo. I think they wanted Solo, the movie, to be like a jumping off point for all these like spin-offs, and I think maybe they're going to try to do that in a TV style universe with the Mandalorian show.
Hey, I have an idea for tomorrow night if you're available, Final.
I don't know if I can. No, maybe at like 10.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a Mandalorian rehash.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that tomorrow.
Sure.
Maybe 10 o'clock or so, I could do that for an hour or so.
And
you're more than welcome to join, George, if you'd like to.
Thank you for the invitation. I will consider it very seriously. It depends on my situation at home. If I have to spend time with the wife,
that's how mine. Yeah, that's the balance.
Yep, we all have wives here.
Yes. Yeah, that's a tricky balance.
But honey, can't I build my pillow fortress? No.
Yeah.
No, not until you wash the dishes.
All right, guys. Well, great stream. Thank you to the chat. And
this was epic. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for having me here.
Oh, thank you for hanging out and having fun and enjoying ourselves and having fun with the chat.
Awesome. So how do we end this?
We're doing that now, and thank you guys for coming out, and thank you, Final.
Yes, thank you.
I really enjoy doing this, and I really enjoy the interaction with the chat. And a lot of times, the chat will tend to put us in a certain direction sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that, I say, hell to you, good night, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Good night. It's